Let the house please be in order. Please stand this morning as we are led in prayer by the gentleman from Rankin, Representative Newman, and then please remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance afterwards. Gentleman from Rankin.
Good morning. Pray with me, please. Father God, thank you. Thank you for giving us a beautiful day. Thank you for looking after each one of us and taking care of us and giving your discernment about what we're supposed to do today, Lord. Just be with us and hold us in your hands and let us do what's right for you, what's right for our people. Lord, we have a lot of people in North Mississippi that are still hurting, spread out from the Delta all the way up to the northeast corner, that are still without, some still without power, some still hurting because they don't have the water. I ask you to be with each one of them. I ask you to be with all of those that are protecting them, that are trying to get them power, to get them water, to get them the things that they need to be able to continue on with their lives, Lord. We just ask you for the small businesses that are up there that are still struggling with just trying to get back open. Lord, I ask you to be with each one of those people. Lord, I know that all across this state there are always people that are hurting, that are always dealing with health issues, that are always dealing with problems, and I ask you to be with them and help them and take care of them, and where our state can help them, let us help. Lord, I ask you to continue to be with Speaker White. I ask you to lift up his family, especially his mother, as they still deal with the loss of his dad. Just be with them and take care of them. Lord, I ask you to be with all of our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, wherever they may be in the world. Lord, protect them, keep them safe. Look after them as they protect us. Keep their families at home. Lord, thank you for all that you give us and all that you do. All the blessings that we have, all due to you. In Jesus' holy name I pray. Amen. Attention to flag, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Open machine, Madam Clerk. Somebody punched the gentleman from Rankin in who prayed for us. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. The gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to get to introduce the Doctor of the Day today, but she really doesn't need any introduction in this body. Dr. Anita Henderson, who is with us as Doctor of the Day. She is a pediatrician with Hattiesburg Clinic, and she brings along a medical student with her today, Alana Leigh Phillips, who is a medical student at William Carey University School of Medicine, and we are so happy to have her. She's from Chicago, but we hope she finds that she loves Mississippi so much she'll stay here and practice medicine right here in Mississippi, because we sure do need her. So would you please help me welcome both of these women to the Capitol today?
Welcome, docs. Good to have y'all. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Gentleman from George, Mr. Lott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to introduce from Stone County. We have a delegation there. We've got all 5 of our supervisors. They're up in the South Gallery, along with some other business leaders, and our Economic Development Coordinator, Layla Essery. Just wanted to recognize them, that just a lot of things they've been doing, working as a team. They brought in, they work together in Anduril, major defense provider. DMO of the Year for Explore Stone County. Applied for a lot of facade grants to revitalize downtown, and been recognized as a Mural County, Mississippi. And I just appreciate everything they do working as a team together to build up the community we have around Stone County and Wiggins. And thank y'all for coming, and appreciate it.
Thank you for being here. Good to have you here in your capital today. Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Byrd.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
In the South Gallery, the Mayor of the City of Petal, Tony Ducker. Please stand, Mayor. And along with the Mayor is the Mayor's Youth Council. Please make them welcome.
Welcome, young people. Welcome to your capital. Good to have you here today. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, I'd like to introduce the Forum for Our Future. It is a statewide infant and toddler coalition focusing on child care, healthy babies, and strong families. And you'll recognize them by all wearing the gold lanyards. If y'all would please stand and be recognized.
Welcome. All right, I don't see any further introductions. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a special introduction. I'd like to get my wife, Jamila Taylor, to stand, if you would, please. Y'all recognize my wife in the building.
Welcome, lady. Good to have you with us today. We will go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider. Gentleman from Walthall, Mr. Pygott.
I'd like to go to House Bill 933 on the motion to reconsider count and move to table.
Gentleman's motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I see no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to House Bill 1153 and move to table.
That's item 2 on the motion to reconsider calendar. Gentleman's motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I see no one seeking recognition. Question occurs on gentleman's motion to table. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Rules calendar. Chairman of Rules, gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to go to the supplemental calendar, and I'm going to call up items 1 through 7 in block.
All right, you should have a supplemental calendar, a one-page calendar on your desk that's got these 7 House resolutions. The gentleman has moved to take these up in block. I'll give the members just a quick second to look, see if they would desire one not be in the block. All right, I see no one objecting or seeking recognition, gentlemen. Anything further on the resolutions?
No, final passage.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of these 7 House resolutions. If you favor the resolutions, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Resolutions are adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
I have one more on the regular calendar. I have H.R. 27, and I would like to call that up.
That would be item 10, gentlemen, on the rules calendar.
Yes.
On our regular calendar. Item 10 on rules. All right? Does that conclude your explanation?
Yes, sir.
Question occurs on the adoption of House Resolution 27. If you favor the resolution, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
And can I get immediate release on those, please?
Gentleman requests immediate release. Is there objection to that? Hearing none, we will follow that procedure. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appropriations calendar. Gentleman from Jackson, Chairman of Appropriations, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we're here to present the appropriations calendar. This time I would like to recognize the Vice Chair in Appropriations A, the lady from MIT, to explain the first few bills. Thank you.
Vice Chairman, Vice Chair Lady, lady from the MIT, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1, House Bill number 1390, call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, lady, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1390 is bringing forward the salary authority line for purposes of possible amendments from the 2025 special session for certain agencies. It's effective upon passage. These changes will not add to the agency's total appropriation or their spending authority. It allows agencies to allocate more or less salary funding based on their needs. That's an explanation of House Bill 1390. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
I move final passage,
She
Mr.
moves
Speaker.
passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to House Bill, item number 2, House Bill number 1602, call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, lady, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1602 provides a process for agencies that don't timely file with LBO their budget requests to provide a process where they can request that it be prepared for them by a third party. An agency must submit an original budget request within 30 days from the due date published on LBO's website. If the agency fails or refuses to file a budget request at this time, the agency is going to have 10 days to hire a contractor to prepare the budget request. The budget prepared by the contractor must show a 3% reduction in general funds from the agency's current general fund appropriation. The procurement of the contractor is going to be exempt from the applicable procurement laws. Once the contract is in place, the agency director is going to notify the members of JLBC, LBO, and also DFA in writing of the contract and the contract amount. The contractor is going to have 30 days from the contract date to prepare and submit the budget request to LBO. If the contractor doesn't timely submit the budget request, DFA shall not allow the agency or department to spend any of the current year appropriations until the budget request is submitted. The agency is responsible for paying the contractor to prepare the budget request and has to pay the contractor within 45 days of the contractor submitting the budget request. If the agency fails or refuses to pay the contractor, DFA is not going to allow the agency to spend any of the current year appropriations until the contractor has been paid. Additionally, the cost of preparing the budget may be borne personally by the agency director, or their bond may be utilized to render payment. In recommending the budget, JLBC will not recommend a budget for the agency higher than the reduced amount submitted by the contractor. This bill is going to be effective upon passage. That's an explanation of House Bill 1602, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 3 and skip it and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
All right. We will follow that procedure. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4, House Bill 1650, call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1650 is promoting efficiency so that if there are accounts that are no longer needed with the Treasury, these accounts may be recommended for closure. Any type of fund that has $1 left in the account has a net positive balance, and no account can be closed until you have 2 years without any transactional activity. So interest would classify and count as a transactional activity. So what this bill would do, House Bill 1650, is require the Treasury to review each account by August 1st of each year. If the only transactional activity that the account experienced within the fiscal year was an interest deposit from pooled interest, the state treasurer, the state fiscal officer, and the agency are going to work to close, consolidate, or dissolve the account unless an amendment of law is required for the account. Further, in this bill, what it does is that it allows the state treasurer to exempt funds from participating in pooled interest with written justification from the agency, and it requires the state agency to seek all opportunities to participate, in a pooled interest or other interest-bearing account as applicable by law. Section 4 is requiring agencies to review all the funds that are held in the Treasury and outside bank accounts and report to the fiscal officer certain information by September 30th, 2026. An illustrative list, this is not exhaustive, of the information that's required is the name of the funds, the accounts or the trust, the code number of the funds, whether or not it is the account or the fund participates in pooled interest, and the state treasurer is going to combine this information into a report and give this report to LBO no later than December 15th, 2026. And this report essentially is going to contain a recommendation of which fund should be closed, consolidated, or combined. Beginning in each calendar year in 2028, and following a statewide election, the state agency shall report the information by September 30th. The report shall be submitted to the House and Senate LSO and LBO by December 15th. This bill is effective upon passage. That's an explanation of House Bill 1650, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 5, House Bill 1651. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, lady. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1651 prohibits state agencies for spending for private, personal, or professional services unless such cannot be provided by another state agency. So before a state agency contracts with a private source for personal or professional services, the state agency first has to certify that such services are not available through an interagency agreement with another state agency at no cost to the procuring agency. DFA is required to maintain a shared services inventory that's going to list all of the professional capabilities that are available in state government. Section 2 creates the Shared Human Resources Program within the State Personnel Board, and this program is going to serve as the human resources function for any agency with fewer than 30 headcounts. Section 3 specifies that DFA is going to serve as the accounting and procurement function for any agency with fewer than 30 headcount. It's effective July 1st, 2026, and I do have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
You want to explain your amendment, lady?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will. On lines 70 through 71 and on 75, we're deleting the words board or commission and inserting the word agency, and also amend further the title on lines 9 through 12 by deleting the word board or commission and inserting the word agency. That's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. The question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, lady?
No, Mr. Speaker. I move final passage.
Lady moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 6, House Bill 1652. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1652 requires the return of unexpended funds and interest for local improvement projects. So for the local improvement projects in Senate Bill 2948, which would have been in the 2021 session, it is going to require the return of the local improvement project funding if a memorandum of understanding has not been signed, or if unexpended funds remain after 3 years after the MOU was signed. It also requires the entities receiving the funds to remit any unexpended interest on these funds within 30 days. The state fiscal officer is then going to transfer these funds received to the capital expense funds. It also clarifies that if an entity fails or refuses to comply with the provisions that I just stated, then 10% of the funds distributed by the city diversion or state aid road funds are going to be withheld until the auditor's certificate of noncompliance is satisfied. For the local improvement projects for 2022, 2023, and 2024, DFA is going to submit a report on the project's status to LBO on October the 1st and also April 1st of each year. If an entity is more than 30 days past due on its report, DFA is going to notify the auditor. At that time, the auditor then has the authority to either conduct an examination or an audit as deemed necessary. If unexpended funds remain after 3 years, DFA shall transfer the balance to capital expense. 1 6-month extension may be granted, and entities receiving the funds must file a quarterly report with DFA. That's an explanation of House Bill 1652. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner.
Thank you. Will the lady yield?
Yes.
Are all these CapEx funds?
Yes.
There's no GCRF or no Tidelands funds in this bill?
No, this is
None
all
whatsoever?
this is all CEF.
We're not going to do anything like this with GCRF or Tidelands, are we?
It's my understanding, not at this point. I'm not aware of any intention to do so. I will say this, you all should have a copy of a list of the projects from 2021, 2022, 3, and 4 on your desk. But all the money that you see that is in this report that's on your desk, it's all capital expense
Yeah,
funds.
it's pretty good few pages, so I didn't have time to look through it, but I just want to make sure no Tidelands, no GCRF.
It's no Tidelands, it's no GCRF
Thank
in
you.
there. You're welcome.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady, you yield?
I will.
Just to be clear, I know we talked about this in the committee. So during those years mentioned, if any local project was started during those years and not completed 3 years later, the money is swept back to?
Capital expense.
So if the project is halfway complete, that would the remaining funds still be swept back
You
to?
get 3 years and 1 6-month extension. And let me just say this, when we go through the process that we do here, you've worked really hard to get the money, governor signs the bill, that entity, whoever it is, whether it's a county or municipality, they're signing that MOU with DFA, right? In that MOU, it specifies that you have 3 years. So this isn't anything that either, my county, your county, municipality isn't aware of. When they sign the MOU, it's saying you have 3 years. But to answer your question, gentlemen, yes. You've got 3 years plus that 1 6-month extension.
So let me ask this, Chair Lady. So, for example, if a project is $1 million project, and the local community received $250,000 one year, $250,000 the next year, so they don't really have the money to complete the project. Does this affect that situation?
It does not. You have 3 years plus 1 6-month extension. It helps, and I don't know every county or municipality situation. I will say just very generally though, I think one of the purposes, and there are several, but one of the purposes for this is to make sure that DFA is getting timely reports. And we talked about this pretty extensively during committee last Thursday, is that it helps, and DFA has extended many overtures to municipalities and counties, is my understanding, to make sure to say, hey, where are you on the project? Send me an email, send me a call if you have a question about anything. But at some point, when you've worked really hard to get the money for your county or municipality, and that money is available, then we're gonna have to have the 3 years that they've signed in the MOU to complete that project, have that finalized, so then you can come back. Let's say, to use your example, the project was $1 million, you're doing 250, right? Then you can come back and say, okay, we've finished phase 1, phase 2, et cetera. I need the rest of my money to complete this $1 million. And we talk about a lot of times when we're walking around the halls, well, you know, the project costs may escalate. Well, when we're not spending, and I'm using we collectively because I'm not trying to point any fingers at any municipality or county, but when we talk about, okay, well, costs escalate, it helps if we're able to go ahead and complete the projects that have been authorized, so we're not further going along this trail of, okay, well, I've got the money, but I didn't do anything with it, and now I've still got my costs increase.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Cheers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady, will you yield?
Yes.
If there's a MOU in place, then what's the purpose of this legislation? Like, why is there a need for it?
The need for it is, one, is that there probably has been an MOU signed and there's potentially been no activity on the project. So if there's been no activity on the project, then you've got $1 million, to use the gentleman from Marshall's example, maybe $1 million that's been allocated and nothing has happened. I use this example in committee, lady, is that,
I'm sorry,
not lady.
It's hard for me to hear you. Mr. Speaker, I can't hear, and I'm standing right in front of her.
Gentleman's indicating he cannot hear. Please keep your conversations to a minimum or take them out of the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the legislation is, one, to make sure that we're getting notifications about, you know, the status of the project. But overall, gentlemen, it's to get this money spent and get these projects completed and to get it completed timely. In committee last Thursday, when we had a very robust, and I thought it was a really good discussion about this legislation, I talked about how hard you and others worked to get projects that are sent back home. But I also think too, let's say for instance, you've worked really hard. The last day that we're leaving, you've gotten something for Pike or Walthall County. You're feeling really good about yourself. You're popping your collar like you got your Facebook post ready, right? Let's say you go to church. The pastor's like, we've got Representative Porter here. Come on up. Well, you're not going to sit on the bench. You're going to go to the front so they can see you, so you can tell everybody at church, I got $2 million for Pike County. I got $3 million for Walthall County, right? Because you're feeling good about yourself. Well, the people in your church, after benediction, they're walking up, thank you, Representative from Pike. They also know that you've gotten this money. So the people deserve and want to see these projects completed. If you've gotten money for your community center, you want to make sure that the people back home, Pike, Walthall, Marshall, it doesn't matter from one end of the state to the next, they want to see these projects completed. And I'm going to use myself personally. Like, I have people coming up to me, what's the status of projects? you're getting these projects for your people, they need to be completed.
Chick. I probably should sit down after that explanation, but it's like you've been following me around after the session. But just one other question. Has any consideration been given to the fact that there has been something holding up these cities and these municipalities from completing these projects?
There has been some consideration, and I mean, I think at that point, gentleman from Pike, it's going to require some unity and coordination on the local level. And here's the thing, DFA is there. They're a resource. This isn't meant to try to punish anyone. It's not trying to put anybody on the spot. We're just trying to get the projects completed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Speak on the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Grady.
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
I'll get right to you. Lady from Humphreys, Ms. James Jones.
Thank you. Do you hear?
I do, lady.
Thank you so much.
You're
Just a
welcome.
quick question. I think that Representative Porter kind of alluded to it, but in a catastrophic event such as with the tornado for Sharkey County, those municipalities such as Silver City, is there any provision for maybe an extension or some insight on catastrophic events that may have happened?
You ain't on here.
Yeah, I see.
Right. That's not included. Those emergency projects are not included in this.
Okay, thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Gentleman from Washington will now speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to be aware of something. A lot of your municipalities, you worked really hard, what the gentle lady say is actually true, to get some resources there. But some of your municipalities were not prepared to receive this money. Some of them have issues with board governance. Some of them have issues with their engineering. Some of them have just basic accounting principle problems. And then we don't even want to talk about how boards have to come together, or if this project was let 2 years into a term and the new leadership in that community did not understand how to prioritize these projects. A lot of things happen in your local community that deals with the governance of how we allocate money to them. I just want you to be mindful of that. You vote your conscience. You vote for it, vote against it. But you need to understand, some of your communities receive money and they were not prepared to handle what they received. And there was no proper training, no proper education for this particular issue. Now here's the other thing. They're going to come back and sweep all that money that you worked really hard to get for your community. They're going to come back and sweep it all, put it back into the general CapEx fund, and you might not get another project. You might not get anything else because the CapEx fund is up to the discretion of the leadership if they choose to do something or not. Y'all know how y'all shuffled and fetched to get these projects in your community? So you need to be mindful of that. When they come back and take the money, you got to do a little more shuffling, a little more fetching to get the money to do something in your community. You need to think about this whole process before you just jump up and vote yes. The local communities, most of the time, are good people who've been put in a position of leadership based off of popularity, not so much skill set. And when you put somebody in charge who has not been properly trained because they're good people in their community. They really don't understand good governance. They don't understand how to build a balanced budget and use large sums of money. They can balance their checkbook, but running government is different. And I just want you to be mindful of that when you make this decision, because your shuffling and fetching that you've been doing to get these projects, at the end of the day, if they sweep all this money back, don't mean that you're going to be able to shuffle and fetch and get some more money. So I just ask you to be mindful of what you're doing when you do this.
I recognize the lady to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from Washington's concerns. I'm going to ask you to support the amendment. So first, I would just say the gentleman actually made my counter argument for me. Last year, when we were in conference, appropriations chairs, we were in the thick of it, in the battle. The Speaker and leadership of the House were advocating for projects. Everybody around here these last few days, am I getting a project? Am I getting a project? Well, one of the topics that, we were approached with in the halls was, well, what's the status of some of the previous projects? Well, now you know the status of the previous projects. You've got a 73-page document that tells you the status of the projects that you have worked extremely hard to get. So it is no surprise to these state agencies, the 3 years. They had the MOU. Every county and municipality has a board attorney, or they should have one. And before that document is signed, you know that you have 3 years to either spend the money. And so now, with the passage of this bill and you supporting this bill, this money will be able to come back. And I just want to leave you with this. One of the qualities and traits that I really admire about the gentleman from Washington is that he always keeps little Johnny on our minds, doesn't he? He always keeps little Johnny on our minds. Well, this is a bill for little Johnny, Mr. Gentleman from Washington. This is a bill for little Johnny. And the reason why this is a bill for little Johnny is because think about the money that you have worked so hard and walked up and down the halls for. Little Johnny needs a park. Little Johnny needs a community center. Little Johnny needs good roads and bridges. Vote for Little Johnny.
You move final passage, lady?
I do.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 86 yeas, 30 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item...
I'm sorry, lady. Let me get to the gentleman from Harrison. He's been waiting a long time. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Grady, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring your attention to the North Gallery, introduce my good friend and County Administrator for Harrison County, Bobby Trosclair. Please give him a warm welcome.
Welcome, sir. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Mills, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
Yes, sir.
On behalf, ladies and gentlemen of the House, on behalf of the Pike County delegation, please help me welcome the North and South Galleries, the students from North Pike Junior High School Student Council. Their sponsors today are Julie Lawson and Michelle McNeil, and they are in the 7th and 8th grade. Please help me make them welcome.
Welcome. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Calvert.
Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the North Gallery, I'd like to recognize the Kemper County Supervisors Lee McDonald, Johnny B. Wissett, and County Administrator Jonathan Wells, and I also see our very own Nick Bain standing back there. Please make them feel welcome.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson, for what purpose?
Introduction.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you can turn to the South Gallery, I want to welcome Pastor Tonya Ware to the chamber. That's our songbird that sung the Lord's Prayer, and I've been begging her to come back this year and sing for us again. Please make her feel welcome.
Welcome, lady. Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a special day for me because I have one of my best friends, Amy Adams, in the gallery, and she got to see another one of my best friends, lady from Amite, rock her stuff today. So I'm so glad that you are here today to watch Angela from the Well. What a great day this is. Also, the Alzheimer's Association, would you please stand and let's welcome them? And the Mind Center in the North Gallery, please stand and let's welcome them today. Thank you.
Welcome to you all. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the North Gallery with my good friend, Dr. Alice McGowan, academic specialist with the Mississippi Early Childhood Inclusion Center. Please make her feel welcome.
Welcome. Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Introduction out of order, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Speaker. On behalf of the Forest County delegation and also on behalf of the gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum, I would like to introduce and ask the House to welcome a good friend of mine, former resident of Hattiesburg, Forest County, Jackie Dito, resident of Harrison County. Would you please stand in the South Gallery?
Welcome. Gentleman from Green, Mr. Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, I see a friend of mine and constituent up there from Perry County, Mr. Austin Smith. Make him welcome this morning.
Welcome, sir. Gentleman from Walthall, Mr. Pygott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
Yes, sir.
This morning we have a special gift on your desk. It's some Mississippi honey. It's produced by the members of the Mississippi Farm Bureau Federation Honeybee Committee. So they're in the North Gallery. Now, would y'all please stand where you can be recognized?
Welcome. You got any honeybee bills this year, gentlemen?
I do not.
What about pecans?
I do not.
What about goat's milk?
I do not.
You letting the people be? All right, lady. We will get back to your appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I be recognized for an introduction out of order before
You're
I proceed to the
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd ask that you please make welcome in the North Gallery Erin Pittman, who is the wife of Lee Pittman. Please make her feel welcome.
Welcome, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 7, House Bill number 1653. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the committee substitute for consideration in lieu of the original bill.
Lady moves that the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the committee sub is our local projects bill. As you know, we have one of these every year where it just contains cleanup changes for local projects. There is not any money in 1653. Section 1 is amending Senate Bill number 2468 from the 2024 regular session, and this is to assist George County, Mississippi. We're striking the word 5, so it is just going to read now fire hydrants. Section 2 is making amendments for House Bill 603 from the 2023 regular session, and this is for Mississippi Valley State University. And during the 2023 regular session, Valley was appropriated money to demolish LaFleur Hall, and so we're adding language that would allow Valley to repair and or renovate an existing residence hall. Section 3 is making amendments from Senate Bill 2468 for the 2024 regular session for Valley, and During the 2024 regular session, Valley was appropriate money to construct a resident hall, and this is adding language to allow Valley to construct or repair and renovate an existing residence hall. Section 4 is from House Bill 603 for the 2023 regular session, and it is allowing Delo, Mississippi, they were appropriate money to pay costs associated with Phase 2 of paving downtown streets, and the streets were named. This language that we're adding in House Bill 1653 will also allow the paving of other streets in the town. Further, for Delo, Mississippi, this is associated with Phase 2 of paving streets. The streets are named. We're adding language that will allow Delo, Mississippi to pave other streets in the town. And then lastly, this bill is making a change for Leake County, Mississippi, to pay costs associated with the construction and repair of a street, but we're adding language to allow Leake County to pave other streets in the county. It's effective upon passage. That's an explanation of the committee sub, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
I move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 8, House Bill number 1654. Call it up and make a usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1654 is just bringing forward code sections related to the Judicial Systems Operation Fund that we can have this bill alive if we need it throughout the rest of the legislative process. It's just bringing forward code sections related to the Judicial Systems Operations Fund, and that's an explanation of House Bill 1654, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
I move final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 9, House Bill 1789. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized. I see you got a committee sub, lady.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the committee substitute for consideration in lieu of the original bill.
Lady moves for the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the committee sub for House Bill 1789 is making a deficit appropriation for the Department of Marine Resources for prior year projects for fiscal year 2026. It's going to come from the Tidelands Fund. The amount is $5,309,560. That's an explanation of the committee substitute, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the committee sub? Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner.
Thank you. Well, Lady Yield.
I will.
What are those projects, and what is that money for?
It's for prior year's projects. Right, it's no new projects. We can get you a list of the projects. It's prior year's projects.
I'd like a list of those, please.
Okay, you're welcome.
I don't see any further questions.
I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to go to item number 13, House Bill 1571.
All right, you were there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is I'm sorry, let me call it up. Item number 13, House Bill number 1571, call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady. I believe you got a committee sub.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the committee substitute for consideration in lieu of the original bill.
Lady moves the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, the committee sub for House Bill 71 is our ARPA closeout bill. It sets September 30th, 2026 as the state closeout date for ARPA funds. It's tightening the reporting and reimbursement triggers so inactive projects don't hold funds. It continues the transfer of available funds to the ARPA MDOT Maintenance Project Fund and directs a statewide sweep process after September 30th, 2026, so we meet the December 31st, 2026 federal deadlines. If a subgrantee fails to provide 2 consecutive monthly reports, DFA is authorized to transfer the subgrantee's funds to the ARPA MDOT Maintenance Project Fund. DFA will notify the agency if 1 monthly report is missed. If the subgrantee fails to make a reimbursement request in 2 consecutive monthly periods, DFA is authorized to transfer the subgrantee's funds to the ARPA MDOT Maintenance Project Fund, and DFA must notify the subgrantee if 1 monthly reimbursement request is missed. If the reporting or reimbursement requirements are not met after September 30th, 2026, the funds are treated as available and become subject to the statewide sweep. So on or after September 30th, 2026, DFA is going to determine the amount of funds that are available unexpended, and the treasurer, working in coordination with DFA, is going to transfer these funds to the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund by October 15th, 2026. After the statewide sweep, the bill directs the following transfers in order, all by October 15th, 2026. A transfer of up to $162,958,012 from CSFRF to the CSFRF Lost Revenue Fund. Then transfer up to $100 million from the CSFRF Lost Revenue Fund to the ARPA MDOT Maintenance Project Lost Revenue Fund. And then transfer up to $62,958,012 from the CSFR Lost Revenue Fund to the ARPA DFA Office of Insurance Lost Revenue Fund. So the Maintenance Project Lost Revenue Fund is created in Section 4 of the committee sub, and the Office of Insurance Lost Revenue Fund is created in Section 5. Finally, after all these transfers are completed, the bill allows the remaining balances from CSFRF funds, if any, to be eligibly used by DFA at the discretion of the governor to ensure that we have full expenditure by December 31st, 2026. DFA is going to report to the legislature all the transfers by October 30th, 2026. DFA is exempt from the Public Procurement Review Board for expending remaining ARPA funds. They are still, however, going to be required to follow the federal procurement laws with these funds. In sections 6 through 17, the ARPA programs are amended to clarify the funds are available through September 30th, 2026, and it is from and after passage. That's an explanation of the committee substitute for House Bill 1571. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady leave?
I will, gentlemen.
You may have said it somewhere during all that, but what is an unexpected fund?
Unexpended.
Okay, because it says unexpected on both places. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady Yield.
I will.
So, do we know the total amount in that fund right now?
It's about maybe 500 or so million, but that is going to be reduced because the funds are already obligated. We're just waiting on the reimbursement request.
So are we trying to meet a federal deadline that requires us to expend these funds by December of 2026?
We are.
And so when we say expended, that means we just have to allocate them to a department, or do they actually have to be spent by December 2020?
It actually has to be spent, and that's a very good question. I'm glad that you asked that, because in the bill, there's actually a definition of what expended means, meaning presenting invoices, the invoices being paid. So very good question. No, it actually has to be spent.
And so if they hadn't been spent by October, if I'm listening to the dates correctly, they hadn't been spent by October, is it 30 of 2026? They transfer to a various number of funds that you identified in the bill.
They're going to be transferred to, I named at least three.
Yes.
The main two that for our purposes are going to be the Project Loss Revenue Fund and
Let me stop you for a minute. Project Loss Revenue Fund, what is that?
MDOT. MDOT
Okay.
is going to be using it. That's just a fancy
So,
word for us
I
to say MDOT so that MDOT can use the money.
And then you described MDOT, so is there another MDOT fund other than the recovery fund?
So the other one is going to be the insurance fund, and we're going to be using that for the state health plan.
Okay, and so in both those instances, these are places that you can transfer the funds to and they can spend them immediately.
Immediately, and again, immediately is the word that I would emphasize, because as you know, gentlemen, these funds federally have a specific date that they have to be spent by. We want to make sure that we're using the funds and not sending it back.
Okay, and so when we give those monies to MDOT, it's pursuant to their discretion. We don't have any control over how they spend those funds.
They usually, and you are familiar with this because you've worked with MDOT quite extensively, you know that they usually have a road plan. When I got here on January 6th, the first day, on my desk, and I'm pretty sure everybody got one, MDOT, I have mine actually in my desk drawer. MDOT has a list of what that plan is and where they plan on spending the money.
Yeah, but my question is, we're not telling them where to spend it. We give them a lump sum and they just throw it into their road plan.
Exactly, because they have a road plan.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any further questions, lady.
I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 14, House Bill number 1752. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you've got a committee sub, lady.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the committee substitute for consideration in lieu of the original bill.
Lady moves the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, the committee sub, pardon me, for House Bill 1752 is deleting the unilateral authority that the Supreme Court has for raises. So actually what's being deleted is in section 25.335, it's deleting the language for those raises, and it would be for the Supreme Court, Court of Appeals, Circuit Court, and Chancery Court. And then in section 2, it's bringing forward the language for salaries for county courts. That's going to be section 9911, and that authority is removed as well. And that's an explanation of the committee substitute, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 109 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the chairman from Lafayette?
Gentleman from Lafayette, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 12, House Bill 660. Call it up, make the usual motions.
All right. We will go, gentleman's requesting to go back to item 12. House Bill 660, he calls up. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. So you got a committee sub, gentlemen.
I do have a committee sub, like to call it up in lieu of the general bill.
Moves the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Bill 660, we are pulling forward code sections for possible amendment. This is our trooper pay raise bill. As you know, they are in statute, so we're just pulling forward these code sections to see what we want to do on a trooper pay raise. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, Chairman Oliver.
Gentleman from Montgomery, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is House Bill 1655. Comes to us by the Office of State Aid Road.
This is item 11 on your appropriations calendar for those of you keeping up.
House Bill 1655. Call that bill up, Mr. Speaker. Make use your motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment I need to add to this, and I'll explain the amendment.
All right. You're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This bill amends on lines 16 through 19 by deleting the language, "He shall be paid a salary equal to that paid Assistant Chief Engineers of the Mississippi Department of Transportation as established by the Department's Personnel and Merit System Plus," and inserting in lieu thereof the following language, "He shall be paid a salary in an amount set by the Governor, subject to the rules, regulations, and guidelines of the State Personnel Board. He shall also be reimbursed for," and amend further the title by deleting lines 1 through 4 in their entirety and inserting in lieu thereof the following, "An act to amend Section 6599 Mississippi Code of 72 to provide that the salary of the state aid engineer shall be paid a salary in an amount set by the Governor, subject to the rules, regulations, and guidelines of the State Personnel Board, and for related purposes." And that's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will you yield, gentlemen?
Yes, lady.
Now, first, you know, we had some questions about what we were doing on this in the committee. So what you're doing now is changing what the committee discussed, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay, well, again, what is it then that we're changing on this man's salary increase?
It's the same amendment, same committee amendment we added in committee. I'm just explaining it to the House. It does nothing different than what we did in the committee.
Okay, and so that we can be clear, the governor is going to recommend this person's salary, right?
The governor is currently doing that. We're not doing anything other than codifying what is currently being done now.
Okay, and so my last question to you then, since the governor has currently set the gentleman's salary, or lady, you know, I don't know whether it's a lady or a gentleman, but the state employee's salary for this position.
As recommended by the State Personnel Board, yes.
But we do expect an increase in this salaried position, right?
No, ma'am.
So we can expect there will not be an increase in this salaried position.
That is
and the only thing we're doing is putting language in here to make it, I guess, legal the way he's being paid.
Yes, codifying, yes, making it legal.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just, you know, I wasn't really clear on that.
Absolutely.
But, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any further questions on the amendment.
Adoption of the
Question
amendment.
occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Nothing further on the bill, Mr. Speaker. I move final
Questions
adoption.
on the bill? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would gentlemen yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I know this isn't the device for it, but I've had conversations with our highway commissioner and several of our supervisors as to what we pay our MDOT road workers. And a lot of them are making $12 an hour. They're having a hard time keeping positions filled. And you know, because we're from up north and we've had freeway shutdowns, I don't know that that would have helped or not. Do we have anything this session that is going to address that, or at least try to make it at least a little bit more competitive salary so they can get qualified workers and keep them?
Right. This is not an MDOT bill. This is an Office of State Aid Road Construction.
Well, it got me thinking because we're
it's not in
talking
this bill.
Okay. I didn't know if we had something, though, that we're taking a look at that.
That would be a question of the Chairman of Transportation.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I'd like to recognize the lady from Amite to handle item number 10, House Bill 1648.
All right, lady from Amite, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 10, House Bill number 1648, call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, as you know, we usually at least have 2 transfer bills during the year. This is our second one, and we're just bringing forward code sections, the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, State Agency, the Budget Submissions, Budget Reform Act, the Budget Contingents and Capital Expense Funds, the Gulf Coast Restoration Fund. We are making a transfer of $1 from the General Fund to the Capital Expense Fund and $1 from the State Treasurer's Office Abandoned Property Fund to Capital Expense Fund. It's effective July 1st, 2026, and that's an explanation of House Bill 1648. Mr. Speaker, we're just bringing code sections forward so we can have the bill as we move through the legislative process.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
I move final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Appropriation yields the floor.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Calvert, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the South Gallery, we have Miss Rebecca Johnson and the 5th and 6th grade gifted students from Southeast Lauderdale. Please make them feel welcome.
Welcome. Good to have you here today, young people. It's your capital. All right, that concludes our appropriations. Ways and Means passes. Down to our general calendar. Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we could go to House Bill number 1395, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the lady from Hines be allowed to
Lady from Hines is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under current law, if a school district wishes to sell one of its buildings or properties, it has to provide a first right of refusal to a charter school or the charter school board. There is no time frame under current law as to how long the charter school has to exercise that first right of refusal. So we have school properties that are not being used that districts could sell or unload that are basically just sitting in limbo. What this bill does is adds a time frame to that first right of refusal. If a charter school wishes to exercise that first right of refusal, they have 30 days to do so. If they do not 30, they have 90 days to do so. If they do not exercise that first right of refusal within 90 days, the school district can then sell the property to someone else. That is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
Final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could allow number 2 and number 3 on the general calendar to save its place and go to item 4.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would call up House Bill number 1495 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the authorizing Starkville, Octoball school districts and MSU to have a formal agreement putting a secondary school on that campus. That's all it does. There's no money attached to it at this point. We're just asking for the ability to authorize that to happen. That's my explanation of the bill. I'll answer any questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we go to item 5, House Bill number 1206, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the early childhood education employees clarification, qualifications, exemptions for the employees in the program. This was requested by MDE. We're not changing anything that we're doing. This was a clarification in language that they've asked for in terms of what they've actually been doing. The only change that's being made is on, if you've got the bill out, is on line 52. It says changes it to not granted by the State Department of Education, which is referring to the pre-kindergarten, early childhood education programs that were attached to the charters that were out there, but they're already doing this. It's just a language clarification that they've asked for. I'll answer any questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no objection, if we could go to item 18 with House Bill number 1207 and call that bill up and make the usual motion. I have a strike all.
Okay. I don't hear any objection. We will go to item 18, House Bill 1207. Gentleman calls that bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And gentlemen, you're going to explain your amendment? You want to offer it now?
I'm going to offer my strike all right now. This, ladies and gentlemen, this bill has nothing to do with what the revised definition of dyslexia. What this bill does, the strike all that we're adding here is, and I'll be very clear, this is all of the counties that were under the emergency declaration under Fern, the ice storm that hit. Typically, school districts have 10 days that they can miss during the school year that do not count against them. A lot of these school districts and superintendents I've heard from over the past week or so are very concerned that they're going to go over and above that, and especially if there's another weather event or emergency that happens. This is only for this year. Let me be very clear. This is only for this year. We are giving them 15 days instead of 10 days to be able to get past this emergency event. A lot of you have come to me asking questions as to how we're going to move forward with this. You've had your superintendents, you've had your teachers asking how we're going to move forward with this. This is something that allows them to have this 15 days this year to get us over this hump. I don't think we had much of a choice. Some of these school districts still don't have electricity. So we're trying to do everything in our power to make certain that these teachers get paid. And frankly, a lot of these teachers don't want to have to come back in and make these up in these days in the summer. And I can tell you right now, they don't want to lose their spring break, nor do they want to lose any time in the summer from what I've heard from parents. So this is what this is doing, is giving them this an additional 5 days. I'll be willing to answer any questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Adoption of the strike all.
Gentleman moves adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. All I have today.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Y'all give the gentleman at the well your attention. He's going to introduce our special guests who are in both the North and South Gallery. So recognize Mr. Haney for our introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so proud today on behalf of all the delegates at Touches Gulfport School District and Representative Hullum's in the North Gallery. We're presenting the 2025 Gulfport High Admirals football championship team. They did a great job this year. I want to thank Coach Pennick and all his coaches, players, teammates, everybody's involved, trainers, band, everybody that was involved in this year's championship. I made a deal today, but Representative Hullum, would you present the resolution that we passed this morning to the coach, commending and congratulating on winning the state championship. Now, I've made a deal with the chairman of rules and the speaker. I will talk less today. But I'm going to yield. I knew y'all liked that. But I'm going to yield to the video. I'm going to set it up a little bit. Gulfport High played a great team, Tupelo, defending state champion Tupelo in the championship game. Tupelo scores with 20-something seconds left, takes the lead, 20-14. I'm going to let the video talk.
The gentleman from Lee is objecting to this video.
Gentleman from Lee, you might want to take a moment out.
Pass of the year, 70 yards. We'll see. And guess who it was to? Crosby. Let's see who he finds here. Nettles finds it right over the middle. The defender goes down, and here comes a late flag. And that only took, but it did take 6 seconds off. They're only going to get 15 yards out of this. Oh, no, they only said 10. It was holding, I'm sorry. So the 38-yard line.
Can't see the time. 14 seconds left. I'll give you an update on the time.
First and 10. The rush 3. Admirals looking for a deep out and going to the sidelines, using that boundary as an awesome job there by Stubbs to get out of bounds, stop the clock. That took 5 seconds.
So you'd like to get him a little closer. They do have a timeout left as well.
One timeout. They can go in the field, but it's going to take something quick and get down quick. This one does go towards the boundary again and out of bounds with 2 seconds left as the clock stops. Another good quick pass to that out.
Ricky, close your eyes, Ricky.
And Hales hauls it in. Averaging a 43-8 differential. Here's a 2-second last play for Nettles and the Admirals. They send 3 to rush. Nettles will send it to the end zone. Up for grabs. It's batted around and put in the end zone. Hales, there is a score. Oh my goodness, Stubbs holds it in. A point attempt away from a state title.
Now that ties it up. So what's important? The extra point. Pressure on the kicker. Here we go. We're fixing to go to the kicker. A lot of pressure. Win the ball game championship.
To potentially win a state championship for the Gulfport Admirals. Will we see a final timeout used as well here? The snap, the placement, the kick is on the way. It's good! Gulfport, for the first time ever, can claim a state championship.
Y'all give our state champions a hand of applause. Get up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Congratulations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations, coaches and players. You represented your school and your community very well, and you're to be commended for it.
That's Mr. Stubbs. How about the quarterback? Quarterback? He's in college?
He's gone.
All right, what about the kicker? Kicker.
Congratulations. Good to have y'all here today. We are down to Marine Resources. Item number 7. You want to skip it, gentlemen? You want to hold its place? I hear no objection. Universities and colleges? Gentleman from Jones, you're recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 8, House Bill 750. Make the usual motions and bring that bill up, please.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Ask the gentleman from Rankin to present the bill, please.
Gentleman from Rankin is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is simply basically a repealer, and it's HB 750. This bill extends the repealer for the Smart Business Program, which provides $1.5 million to help researchers at University of Mississippi, MSU, USM, and JSU, and UMMC develop projects to commercialize. It also encourages companies to work with research universities, develop technology through a rebate on qualified research costs. So it basically just extends it to July 1st of 2029, and that is the explanation of the bill. Do we have any questions?
Oh, you got a bunch of them.
Oh, man.
I'm kidding. I don't see any questions.
Final passage.
Final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Item number 9 is House Bill 935, and I would like to move that to the heel of the calendar, please.
You may simply skip it, and it has that effect.
Yes, sir. Next up is number 10, House Bill 1488, and I'd like to call on the lady from Forest to present that bill.
All right. Lady from Forest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1488 is a request.
Let's call it up first.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have my calendar. You didn't, thought my chairman.
You make the usual motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 10 on the general calendar, House Bill 1488, call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1488 comes to us at the request of the University of Southern Mississippi. There is a parcel of land, approximately 600 acres, that the university was given in the 1920s. It formerly served as the golf course, university golf course, but approximately 25 years ago, that golf course was closed. About 10 years ago, we, the legislature, gave Southern Miss the approval to sell this property, but obviously it's a large piece of land. It's 600 plus acres, and right now the university wants to sell that, but it will be to a variety probably of different developers, and so the university is working with MDA and our local Chamber of Commerce and our city to create a master plan. This bill, all this bill does is it allows DFA to opt out of the process if they so choose to. It doesn't require them to, but it's just one more kind of cook in the kitchen, if you will. And so if DFA would like to opt out at any point in time and being involved in developing this 600-acre piece of land, they have the ability to do that. Like I said, oh, this sure is. And I do have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
All right. You recognize for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment simply deletes Section 2 in its entirety, and that was a legal description that for some reason was included in the bill, but it's a legal description of land that the university does not own, formerly owned, does not own. It just was confusing. So we're just deleting it from the bill just as a cleanup so there's no confusion, and that's my explanation of the amendment.
All right, questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, lady?
No, Mr. Speaker. Move final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. It's item number 11, House Bill 1553. I'd like to bring the bill up and make the usual motions, please.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed red, a third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
I'd like to call on Representative Harness from Jefferson County to present the bill.
Gentleman from Jefferson is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1553 is simply an act to name the Alcorn State University Biotechnology Building as the Willie Simmons Biotechnology Building, subject to the approval of IHL. Many of you know Willie Simmons served as a senator for almost 30 years in this body. He is currently the Transportation Commissioner for the Central District, and he has done a lot of good work for Alcorn State University throughout his life, and the university wants to honor this man by naming the biotechnology building after him. This comes as a request of the president of the university. I yield for any questions. That's the explanation of the bill. I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further from universities?
No, sir. Universities yields the floor.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, I think we're at a good breaking point here for lunch. Any announcements before we recess until 1:30? Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's appropriations calendar, item number 2, House Bill 1602, I'd like to hold that on a motion to reconsider.
All right, gentlemen, we will do that. Thank you.
And also item 6, House Bill 1652, hold that on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Yes, sir. I was given an article a few minutes ago. The top 500 universities in the world, 2 of those universities were from Mississippi. The University of Mississippi Ole Miss, ranked almost number one. Let me get to it. They ranked number 359th, and Mississippi State University, for some reason, and I don't know why, ranked number 445th. But these are top universities from Mississippi in the world. So I thought that was very impressive.
Very good. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Any other announcements? All right, I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
That the House stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess till 1:30 p.m. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess till 1:30.
With unanimous consent, I'd like to jump on the calendar to item number 154 and take up some military affairs bills. No objection. You recognize, gentlemen.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if I could, Mr. Speaker, make an introduction real quick.
Go ahead.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House. Would you please note in the North Gallery we have the leadership of the Mississippi Army National Guard with us today for these next few bills that we're going to be taking up. And might I add, over this last couple of weeks with the destruction in North Mississippi, General Bobby Guinn has stepped up, sent some soldiers up there, and I tell you, it's been second to none to what those guys have done. General, thank you so much for what you've done. All right, Mr. Speaker, our attorney should be here in just a second. I'd like to call up item number 154, House Bill 612, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls up the bill, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you recognize. You have an amendment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. We have an amendment to that bill.
You want to explain your amendment?
I can explain it. It's pretty simple. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, back last year, if you'll remember, we done a bill that allowed a military medic, whether it be Army, Navy, or Air Force medic that was trained, that actually could sit and take our LPN test. These medics have deployed multiple times. They have the experience, the hours that's required in the bill. We inadvertently left out the Coast Guard. I was approached this summer. The Coast Guard asked me to include their medics, which are trained equivalently, and have the hours in the bill that it requires to sit and take the LPN test. We have no opposition from the Board of Nursing. It's already in law, but we're just adding, this amendment adds the U.S. Coast Guard medics to be a part of that they can take the test. That's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we have a question.
Okay.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
I do.
Yeah, I like this bill. Just got a quick question. Do they need to go through any kind of refresher course, or will they already be able to just go and sit and take the test?
In the amendment that was the actual House bill on the floor that inadvertently, I was in North Mississippi dealing with the disaster and it died in committee there with but this actually just adds the word Coast Guard medic to the bill that was filed and passed last year. It requires like 2,000 hours of anything an LPN would have to have. Those people have it and more. All it says is they can take that test with the Board of Nursing and get their LPN license.
Good. Thank you for your work, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I don't see any other questions.
I'd like to adopt the amendment.
Okay. Adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. You're back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to, of course, House Bill 612. Read the short title there. It's state agencies to authorize the inter-local agreements, suggest agreements with the military branches. What we have, ladies and gentlemen, is the U.S. Air Force has contacted us pertaining to the Columbus Air Force Base there in Lowndes County. They're wanting to build some housing at their expense, and they want to enter a local agreement with Lowndes County and the city of Columbus. And what would happen, these pilots are coming in training at our Columbus Air Force Base. They'll be there 2 to 3 years in their training. There's not enough housing around that area for our pilots that are training and their families. This would allow strictly for Columbus and Lowndes County to enter agreement with the Air Force to build this these housing. Under current statute, they cannot do that right now, but if we pass this bill, they can enter in a local agreement there. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any, no question. What's your motion?
Motion is title sufficient to pass as amended. I'm sorry, final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted?
That's committee work. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. That's committee work.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There you go.
By a vote of 119 to 0, bill passes. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1085, make the usual motion.
Gentlemen, did you say 1085? Did you skip? I thought you was going to go to 155.
1084, I'm sorry, 1084. I'm going to let the gentleman from DeSoto County handle 1084.
Okay, let's call that bill up. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All of those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill here, 1084, is a bill to increase the amount of leave that National Guards members are authorized if they work for a government entity. Currently, the law that we have right now is that military members that are called away for training, training objectives, training tasks, they're authorized up to 15 days of leave, paid leave, in order to fulfill their military obligation. This will move that up to 30 days, in line with a lot of the other states that are also increasing it, because the capacity and the demand on our National Guardsmen have increased so much since this bill was introduced, I want to say back in the 80s. It does not have any additional costs, and again, it only goes to government entities, increasing it from 15 to 30 days. Mr. Speaker, that is the explanation of the bill. I yield to questions.
Gentlemen, I don't see any question.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted?
I got you.
Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
All righty, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to the next item. Item 156, House Bill 1085. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take you back to last year when we passed the SAFE Act. The Guard had a package deal last year that we passed out of this House, 122 to nothing. It included a part of that we have taken out that didn't get through the whole process, but we've taken the TRICARE portion out of that bill. So TRICARE, if you're not familiar with the military, it's the health insurance provided to soldiers who are serving in uniform. It's their medical insurance. So what this does is traditional guardsmen, which drills 1 week in a month and 2 weeks out of the year, they would actually get their premiums paid by the state of Mississippi, which would actually, this is the authorizing bill. Money will be put in it later in appropriations, we hope. But this would authorize the Adjutant General of the state of Mississippi to develop a program where the premiums for these soldiers and airmen could be paid, and the state he would develop the program where the state would pay the cost of these premiums in the state of Mississippi. And Mr. Speaker, with that explanation, I'll yield for questions. This bill actually passed 122 to nothing last year. We're just deriving the TRICARE part out of that and putting it in a separate bill. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you have a question. Mr. Clark of Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Chairman, I just got one quick question. I'm looking up there on the board. It's a 2/3 vote, and I'm just wondering, why is that? Is it because we are paying the premium for it?
That's correct. This was double referred to Appropriations Military Affairs. We got it out of both committees now. The Appropriations Chairman will look at this bill to actually put the money in the process.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlemen, I don't see any other questions.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move, if I could, to item number 172, House Bill 1713, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from DeSoto County, Major Rodney Hall, to handle this bill. Colonel Rodney Hall.
Got to put some respect on my name. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1713 is the state-sponsored life insurance program. This insurance program allows National Guardsmen to purchase life insurance in the event that they're injured or dismembered during a training event or doing a operational event. It allows that money to go towards their family members, and it's completely voluntary. We have been operating this, and this program has been established across, I want to say, every single state inside the National Guard enterprise. However, it has never been codified into code in Mississippi. So we're trying to codify it now so that we can give our leadership the tools that they need in order to go ahead and allow soldiers to do this without any kind of fear of reprisal from any other outside agency. So, Mr. Speaker, that's an explanation of my bill, and I will yield to questions.
I don't see any questions.
Move final passage.
Moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Military Affairs yields.
Okay, so we're going to go back on the calendar where we stopped. You got anything? Okay. Madam Clerk, it's item 12, right? Transportation. Transportation yields the floor. Constitution. Nobody. Education. Chairman not here. Okay, item 20 is Public Health, Human Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to skip item 20, House Bill 981, hold its place on the calendar, and go to item 21, House Bill 1152. Called up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Rankin to explain the bill.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1152 is the Right to Try Medical Cannabis Act. This bill comes to us the Health Department has crafted some language to have a very narrow way for a person who does not have a qualifying debilitating medical condition under the Mississippi Medical Cannabis Act, but they have an illness that is chronic, progressive, or severely disabling, or terminal in nature to be considered for inclusion in the Mississippi Medical Cannabis Program. It provides that the patient's treating medical provider may submit a petition to the State Department of Health requesting authorization for the patient to access medical cannabis, provides that the state health officer is the sole decision-making authority, provides that the decision is final that the state health officer makes may not be appealed, provides the department may limit the type, form, or volume of cannabis authorized, and also provides that these patients are subject to periodic reevaluation no less than once every 12 months. That's an explanation of the bill. Be happy to yield for questions.
Gentleman from Leek, Mr. Holloway. You're recognized. You got a question?
Introduction.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Representative Clark, Speaker White, and myself, we have Tyler County Supervisor Brad Whittington, Jesse Crosby, Willie Petit, and Billy Coffin right here somewhere. And also we have the Director of Kosciuszko Tyler County Partnership, Ms. Catherine Dean and Ms. Leslie Edwards. Would you all make them welcome?
Okay. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney, do you have a question? You're recognized.
Thank you. Gentleman Yield?
I do.
Can you give me some examples? I don't have the list of all it, but give me a couple of examples that we might be looking at.
Examples of what? Of debilitating conditions that are authorized already?
Not authorized. You're asking, aren't you asking for other?
Yes.
Tell me, give me those examples.
I don't know what these are. These would be ones that physicians would have to submit to the health department, and then only the state health officer could decide whether or not to allow that person to try. They would have had to have tried everything else. There would have to be documented evidence of everything that they've tried, and the state health officer could allow on a case-by-case basis this one individual to try medical cannabis. And it would not open the door for any other person. It's just on a case-by-case basis, but that physician has to submit it to the health department, and it's decided by the state health officer.
So there wasn't any cases if someone has this condition? I mean,
There are people all the time who would like to try it because of what they have, and they don't have any way to do that. I mean, you can already submit to the health department to petition for another debilitating condition to be added, and the health department could add a different condition, but this bill doesn't do that. This bill only lets a person on a case-by-case basis. So let's say that I had some type of tumor or had some kind of disease that was not specifically listed in the 2022 bill, then the state health officer, upon the recommendation of that attending physician or medical provider, wouldn't have to, but could allow that person to try medical cannabis. And if it did, it wouldn't open up the door for anyone else, even someone else with that same condition, unless their physician petitioned also, and it would still be the final decision of the state health officer whether or not to let them.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Green, Mr. Birch.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman yield?
I do.
I just want to make sure that I understand it. If a person's physician recommends that they be able to try medical cannabis, it would still be up to the state health officer to determine whether or not they can.
Completely, because the physician has no authority to allow a condition that is not listed in the 2022 bill. And so it would have to be a condition outside the scope of what we allowed. And then they would petition the health department. I'm assuming the whole board could look at it, but only the state health officer can make the final decision.
Thank you.
See no further questions.
I move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 104 yeas, 7 nays, bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to keep us in order, I would like to go back to item 20, House Bill 981, call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize the gentlelady from Lincoln to explain the bill.
Lady, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. This bill came about from our physicians who now, as you know, we have a lot of hospitalists, and your local physicians don't go to the hospital like they used to, that you see a hospitalist. And a lot of those hospitalists now are not physicians, they are nurse practitioners or PAs. And this bill came about because doctors who weren't in the hospital were having to leave their practice and go several days later and sign a death certificate instead of the nurse practitioner or the PA that was working with the patient in the hospital that passed away, that they could just sign the death certificate. So all this is saying is that nurse practitioners and PAs are also allowed to sign a death certificate. This does not take away or add to anything for the coroners. They still do the exact same thing that they've always done, but it doesn't have to be a physician that signs the death certificates. It can also be a nurse practitioner or a PA. That's my explanation of the bill.
Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Does the lady yield?
Yes, sir.
Lady, I've had a couple of my coroners reach out to me about this bill. And are you telling me the Coroners Association and all local coroners are in support of this piece of legislation, or are they against it?
I did not talk to them. What this doesn't change, what I don't think they understand, we're not going out into the community to sign a death certificate. We're not doing their investigative job. But if a patient dies in the hospital, the physician who wasn't even in the building when they died is asking that the person who was taking care of the patient in the hospital is able to sign the death certificate. It doesn't impede on them at all.
So are you saying under current law that the doctor, if they're in the hospital, the doctor has to sign the death certificate?
That's correct.
And say, but this does not cut the coroner out of anything else. This just says that they have to, whoever is treating in the hospital at that time has to sign.
That's correct.
And so the coroner can't sign the death certificate if they're in the hospital.
Well, they don't usually come into the hospital.
Now the question is, can they sign it if they're in the hospital?
I've never seen one do it. Again, I'm not saying no, but I'm just letting you know that I have never witnessed one coming in and signing a death certificate when a physician, nurse practitioner, or PA was taking care of the patient.
Well, their job is to determine whether the person is alive or not. Or do they have the current authority under Mississippi law to sign the death certificate if they are deceased in the hospital bed? Does a coroner have that authority?
They can if they come in for an investigation.
But they can, all right, what would be the terms of that investigation if they came in?
Like I said, again, I've rarely seen it, but if somebody falls at home or something happens at home and there is an investigation with that death, that they are still able to come in. I'm not changing any other laws other than that the nurse practitioner or PA, just like the physician does today, also will be able to sign this death certificate.
And if that individual is deceased and an APRN or a physician assistant signs that death certificate and there is a claim of negligence or something else with regard to that individual, if they are deceased, will they be able to testify to the cause of that death and all of that, or are they just going to just be signing a death certificate saying the person's
They
not
would
sick?
be as responsible as anybody else. But let me explain why we're doing this, is that doctor that hasn't ever stepped foot in the hospital taking care of that patient is having to come back to the hospital to sign that death certificate today.
Okay. And what does the medical association say about this?
I'm sorry?
What does the doctors or medical association say about this? Are they in support of it?
They are in support of it.
They are in support of it. Okay, thank you, lady.
Thank you.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Sure.
Just to piggyback on my colleague there, the types of death that they can sign off on, is it limited? I mean, if it can't be something that could potentially be...
No, nothing is changing. you know.
You're just adding APRNs and PAs, right?
That's all.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that in certain cases, the coroner would be able to review files and
They
make
will
it
be able to
official.
do what they're doing now.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Oversee. Me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, clarify something for me if you can. My coroner is saying that I don't really even know how they get paid, but he says that they won't even need me to go to the hospital to do my job.
This is not
help me
doing that
out,
at all.
you know.
I'm not preventing anybody from doing their job or collecting their $180 that they collect for signing that. Medical people don't get paid a dime for signing those. So, but I just can't express enough. We're not preventing them from doing everything that they do now. But what we're trying to do is add more
Speed up the
people.
process. I understand.
That's right. So people can get a death
Do they get
certificate.
paid for going to the hospital and signing? The coroner.
I'm not taking that job away. What in everybody's county, I have no idea what they do. I'm not saying that they still can't continue to do everything they've been doing. But what I'm adding is that if you are taking care of a patient in the hospital and that death certificate is sitting there, that nurse practitioner or PA can sign it instead of calling a doctor in from his clinic that hadn't seen the patient for a month. That's all we're doing here.
I understand that. I'm
Okay.
just a little loose on the
I know
coroner.
they're worried.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentle lady.
Yes, sir.
Few kind questions for you.
Please, sir.
Now, when a person dies, and it's a coroner's case, you are aware that coroners have deputy coroners. They can assign the cases if they're on vacation or they have to go out of town or they get ill. So they have someone to sign these death certificates, correct?
I'm going to have to ask you to say that one
In the
more
case
time.
of a coroner,
Yes, sir.
they have deputies who can sign death certificates and so forth, right?
Right.
So this only applies to when it's a medical doctor, correct?
Correct.
When it's not a coroner's case and it's a medical doctor, there is someone else who can sign the death certificate besides the medical doctor, correct?
Correct.
So when the doctor is on vacation, too busy, holidays or whatever the doctor's excuses
ever
are,
there. Right.
and I've heard a lot of them, and I have people call and say, Mr. Banks, we need our death certificate, and we're saying, as other funeral directors do, we got to wait on the doctor to sign it. We can't get the doctor to sign it. I need my insurance to get filed. I need my money from the insurance company. I can't get it without the doctor's signature on the death certificate. Here's the State Board of Health. Call it. You understand we do have those problems in real life.
I do understand.
That's why I like your bill. I hope we pass it.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentle-lady deal.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we have heard it said that the coroner did not go to the hospitals a lot of times and all. I don't know how everything works all over the state of Mississippi, but I do know in Walthall County and Marion County, the coroner is called to the nursing homes and the hospitals to sign a death certificate. And when that person is dead, then you got to go back and get about 6 or 8 death certificates for your insurance companies, your burial, and all funeral home, and all that stuff. So with that said, actually what I think the coroner's bunch is trying to say is if we get this bill passed, we won't be able to collect our money that we could go and collect, or either the deputy coroner, which he has, and all of them selected officials except for he's appointed by the coroner. But they're going to lose the money that they would get for going and having the death certificate signed.
So I would just have to say this. Our medical people are required to sign death certificates for patients that they take care of. I'm just trying to make that easier on medical people because the ones that weren't even there while the patient was in the hospital for 3 weeks or a month, they hadn't seen them in their office, are asked to come in to sign that death certificate. I'm just saying that whoever is taking care of that patient in the hospital is able to sign the death certificate, just like the doctors have been signing for years. I am not changing the method of how any hospital does their death certificates. If a hospital does it one way, that's fine. But if a physician is required to come in to sign that death certificate, all I am saying, if a nurse practitioner or a PA was there at their bedside taking care of them, they are also able to say, yes, this person died at 1:15 p.m.
But now what I'm saying, I think this all boils down to the money issue.
Oh, it absolutely
and,
is.
If there's $180 there that the coroner's not going to get, who's going to get it?
Nobody.
You sure about that?
Well, what I know is that I've never met a doctor that got paid money to sign
Who pays the $180
The
to
county.
start with? The county does. Right. What if it's a county hospital?
Gentlemen, like I said, if a physician is required to sign a death certificate because their patient died, all I am saying is that his nurse practitioner or PA can sign it. It changes nothing else. I'm not understanding what the difference is.
I understand what you're saying and what's been said, and it seems like there's a little cloudiness in this bill that maybe it needs to be worked on a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark. Pass, okay. Gentleman from Leake, Mr. Holloway. You got a question?
Introduction.
Just hang on. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the lady yield?
Absolutely.
Quick question. And so with this, what are the credentials of the person that signs the death certificate? Is this saying that whoever pronounces the patient dead is authorized to sign the death certificate?
Well, they're one of the people, but obviously in the hospital, it takes whoever was taking care of the patient. But at this point today, a MD or DO has to sign it. We're just elaborating on who can sign the death certificate.
So would a registered nurse be allowed to sign it?
No, they're not. It has to be advanced practice.
Thank you so much, lady. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. But an RN does have more medical experience than a coroner, but I understand they have to investigate.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Is it?
Madam, you mind if I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are there any legal protections in this legislation?
I'm sorry?
I haven't heard any legal ramifications or supports or coverages or whatever the case may be.
I don't understand the question. I'm just going to be upfront with you.
Well, thank you. Consideration.
Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Representatives Act of 1986.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady, do you
Absolutely.
yield? Absolutely. I'm just going to try to give you a little assistance.
Please.
Currently, the coroner system is under the Mississippi Medical Examiners Act of 1986, and which requires if a person is in the hospital less than 24 hours, the hospital will notify them, and they will investigate the death if it falls under their jurisdiction. This does nothing to that bill. It does nothing to affect coroners. It simply adds to the list of doctors, as you've stated multiple times, those that are within the hospital system that can sign the death certificate. It does nothing to affect the coroner.
100% correct.
Thank you, lady.
See no further questions?
Final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 106 yeas, 10 nays, bill passes. Gentleman from home, do you have an announcement?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, in the South Gallery, on behalf of Speaker White, myself, the lady from Humphreys, Ms. James Jones, I'd like to introduce Ms. Linda Salas, a resident of Lexington, Mississippi in Holmes County. Please welcome her to her capital.
Gentleman from LaFleur, Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Speaker, introduction.
Yes, sir.
In the North Gallery, we have a supervisor from Brown from LaFleur County. Will you make him welcome?
Welcome. Gentleman from Leet, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Speaker White, Representative Bounds, and Representative Rushing, we have the Lee County Board of Supervisors, Charlie Luckett, Kirby Nasry, Mike Sherman, Chip Jones. And we also have the County Administrator, Jimmy Brown. And they have Miss Kirby Nasry tagging along. Will you all make them welcome?
Welcome. I was going to say, gentlemen, you better not leave off the First Lady of Lee County up there. We'll be in all kind of trouble. I'd be remiss if I didn't introduce our Attala County supervisors who are sitting right over their shoulder up on the back row. I want to welcome them to their capital and thank them for being here today. They do a good job for our people. So I'm blessed with two good groups of supervisors here today. Welcome y'all to your capital. It's good to see you. Good to be here. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you. Introduction.
Yes, ma'am.
On behalf of myself, Representative Ladner, and Representative Owen, we'd like to welcome our supervisor from Pearl River County, Bryce Lott, and our economic developer, Lindsay Ward. Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome. Gentleman from Coahoma, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
Yes, sir.
We have Mr. Otis Griffin, our County Administrator for Coahoma County.
Welcome, sir. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the senior gentleman from Washington County, Mr. Bailey, we'd like to ask the House to help make welcome Supervisor Marla Brooks from Washington County.
Welcome, lady. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
Yes, sir.
On behalf of the entire Pike County delegation, I'd like the House to help me make welcome my supervisor, Justin Lofton, and our Executive Director of Economic Development in Pike County, Ms. Jill Busby.
Welcome to you both. Lady from Panola, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. On the behalf of myself, Representative Cedric Barnett, and Representative Trey Lamar, we would like to welcome our amazing supervisor, Mr. Tony Sandridge, from Tate County to the Capitol, and also my constituent, Otis Griffin, who is the County Administrator in Coahoma County. Thank you.
Welcome, gentlemen. You got Strayhorn in your district? Gentleman from Monroe, Mr. Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my left, your right, I want to recognize one of my good friends and mentors, Mr. Fulton Ware, one of our supervisors from the greatest county in this state, Monroe County, and the rest of the Board of Supervisors from Monroe County.
Welcome. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognition.
Yes, sir.
I'd like the House to help me make welcome two of my supervisors from Montgomery County. One of them has already been recognized from LaFleur, my friend, Mr. Brown. If you would recognize Supervisor Townsend and Supervisor White from Montgomery County. Actually, Supervisor Townsend is my supervisor. Welcome to the Capitol, men.
Welcome, gentlemen. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the House to join me in welcoming one of my supervisors from Tishomingo County, Greg Collier.
Welcome, sir. Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like y'all to help me give a warm welcome to Donnie Wood, the 1st District Supervisor in Itawamba County.
Welcome, sir. Gentleman from Coahoma, Mr. Williams, for further introduction.
Thank you, Mr.
You're recognized.
Jesse Harris, our supervisor. Just wanted to give the House, give him a warm welcome.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Y'all help me and Representative Zuber welcome one of our supervisors, Randy Bosarge.
All right, we will go back to the calendar. We're down to AET. Chairman. Gentleman from Warren, Chairman of AET. He's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 22, House Bill 925, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you got an amendment, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. I got 2 of them, Mr. Speaker.
You want to do those now or
Yes, sir.
as we go? All right, you're recognized for your first amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a technical amendment. We're changing some section numbers around that from the previous bill. That's my explanation.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You have further amendment?
Yes, sir.
You recognize for Amendment 2.
It's just adding a verse repealer to the bill.
All right. I don't see any questions on the amendment. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. You're recognized for any further explanation on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a clear act from last year that got vetoed by the governor. We're really close to language to work out with him on the last 2 sections of the bill. We stripped it down to the veto message except for 2 different items. He has the language. We think we have a compromise on it. We just hadn't gotten it back yet. So we're going to move this bill forward, and then once we actually get it back and get it in on the Senate side, we'll bring it back in front of you. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks. I'll get right to you. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
What was the language that he didn't like in it, and what was the reason that he vetoed it?
So the last 2 that we're down to is the subpoena power for the House. His compromise was pretty good for us, but he's looking at the language now that we submitted in the committee sub to him. And then the other one was with administrative rules. We put the intent of the legislator in there, and he thought that was too broad. It wasn't very specific. So we got a language on that as well.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
I understand that you said the bill passed the House last year, but could you just remind the House what is the CLEAR Act?
The CLEAR Act was a peer language that we did last year that came from the peer committee for all the recommendations that the peer committee did for the year.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 119 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Brings us to Marine Resources. You passing? You're going to allow the fish to stay. All right, we're back to education. He passes. Judd B. Recognize the gentleman from Pearl River, Vice Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 26, House Bill 610. Make the usual motions. Are you green? I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Green to present the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. The gentleman from Green is recognized to explain the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 610, it's a bill we've passed out of this chamber, I think on the previous two sessions. What it does, it requires prosecutors, when they determine that a law enforcement officer is untruthful or has some bias or some reason they're not going to call that officer to testify, or they're unwilling to call him in any case, if they make that determination before they can notify that officer's employer that he can no longer testify, they give him an opportunity to meet with them, go over the information, and allow him to present his side of the story before they make that determination. So it provides law enforcement officers with some due process in those cases. That's my explanation. I'll answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? I'm sorry, before we go to questions, the gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks, has been waiting, and I missed him. He's got an introduction out of order. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you'll help me welcome three of our supervisors from DeSoto County, Lee Caldwell, Mark Gardner, and Ray Dennison. We're so glad to have them here. But we've also got our county administrator, Andrea Pettigrew, and I think Amy Claire's up there. I'm not sure.
Welcome. All right, questions on the bill. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, why do we need these gigolo letters?
Well, it's Giglio, so I don't know anything about gigolo letters.
Okay, so this is not talking about the gigolos that we know about, right?
You may know about them, I do not.
No, okay. Well, okay, thank you.
It appears you straightened that out, gentlemen, because I see a lot of people now have unpunched their question button. They must have had a similar question. But the gentleman from Harrison, it didn't solve his issues. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Question, how does this affect the law we passed last year to put teeth in the bill when law enforcement officers creates infractions that must be dealt with? How does this affect that?
It doesn't affect the Board of Law Enforcement Standards and Training, who may hear those accusations. It doesn't impede their ability to do that. This just allows officers, when a DA or a prosecutor has said, hey, we can no longer call this person to testify, in many cases that officer loses their job and they don't have any type of hearing or anything for that. So this just allows them that opportunity. The Board of Standards and Training, this doesn't affect them in any way.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Now, gentlemen, I was reading this bill yesterday, and I'm for you, but I had some concerns. When you say share information, how much information would the DA or the prosecutor have to share?
Well, they are required under this bill to provide that officer with, the basis for their determination that they were untruthful. There's no set amount of information. It's just enough discovery to allow them to either be able to present their side or maybe correct the issue.
Okay. And I guess what my concern is that sometimes in situations you have witnesses, sometimes confidential witnesses, who may give prosecutors some information, and these individuals may have fear of some type of retribution from law enforcement. So, and I'm not clear with me reading the language, but do you think that in situations like that, that those individuals be protected?
I think they should be. I think it still leaves a lot of discretion up to the district attorney, and if the officer has some problem with that, they can ask that a circuit court judge hear their position, and I believe the circuit court's in a good position to be able to protect those people as they deal with cases involving informants and things regularly.
Okay. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
So my question basically is a point of clarity. This is in no shape, form, or fashion giving those officers any form of immunity, is it?
It doesn't give them any immunity. It just gives them a chance to be heard. Many times what happens now is a prosecutor will make this determination. The officer never gets the chance to tell his side of the story. He gets fired. He's gone. The prosecutor is not required to even hear his side of the story.
So, gentlemen, if they are saying that this person is guilty, wouldn't you think that they have already established that more than likely, because it's based upon the facts that he or she has already been found to be guilty of lying? Wouldn't you think that they would probably come back and lie again?
Well, certainly if they've been shown to be untruthful or something, that's something that needs to be out there. That officer no longer needs to be in law enforcement. They need to be fired or relieved from their employment. But sometimes, as can happen, sometimes people make mistakes. Sometimes a DA may think that this officer's been untruthful on this issue, and here this is why we think that. If that officer has an explanation for that or has some proof of their own, I think they should have the opportunity to present that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I see no further questions.
I move final passage.
Moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 3 nays, bill passes. You have another item?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to the next item, item number 27, House Bill 1142, and I'd make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1142 comes to the...
Excuse me. Do you have a committee sub?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do. Move to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman moves the committee substitute be adopted in consideration of in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1142 comes at the request of some of our circuit clerks. It has to do with the issuance of judgment nisi, which is a situation when a defendant on bond has failed to appear. This impacts the notification requirement that the clerk is currently required to give to our bonding agents. Currently, in the current law, it requires that the circuit clerks notify the bonding agents via certified mail, which has become an unnecessary and undue expense to our local counties. This simply amends this to allow the clerk to notify the bonding agents via either personal service, I'm handing it to you, or via electronic mail, whether that be email or perhaps a notification via MEC, the Mississippi Electronic Courts. So currently, attorneys throughout the state, our notice comes via email. The idea of requiring certified mail has come and gone. So this simply brings us into the 21st century and allows our clerks to save some money and notify the bonding agents via email. That's an explanation of the bill, and I'll yield for any questions.
That's an explanation of the committee sub?
Yes, gentlemen.
Okay, we need to adopt the committee sub.
Okay. Move to adopt the committee sub.
Y'all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Committee sub's adopted. You're back on the bill.
That's the explanation of the committee sub, and I'll yield for any questions.
Gentlemen, okay. I don't see any questions. Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. McCarty.
It's the introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Hang on just a second. I see no further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
I know what it does. I don't need it.
You have another bill?
Yes, gentlemen, I move to the next item, item number 28, House Bill 1294. Make the usual motions and move to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized, and you do have a committee sub.
Move to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves that the committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill relates to the grooming statute we passed last year, and it aligns it with our sexual battery statute. So in this bill, what we do is in situations where a perpetrator is in a position of trust or authority, whether it be a teacher or a youth minister, the age of consent is raised to the age of 18, and this aligns with our sexual battery statute, which has that same provision. That's the explanation of this bill, and I'll yield for any questions.
I don't see any question. You want to adopt the committee sub?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. We're back on the bill.
Move for final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one more bill. What item is it?
Okay.
With unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to skip down to item number 49, House Bill 1749.
Okay. You have a serious objection? No, I'm just kidding. Item number 49, with unanimous consent, you're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move to make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill engrossed, considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
I have a committee sub, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves that the committee substitute be adopted in consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This House bill simply brings forward our Mississippi Supreme Court district code sections. As we all know, the district lines are currently in dispute. We've recently had a ruling by a district court, and there is, some consideration being made up at the United States Supreme Court as it relates to redistricting. So this moves these lines forward in the process in the event that we are ordered to redraw our lines or make some necessary changes. There are no changes in the district lines at this point. It's simply a vehicle that we can move forward to avoid the possibility of a special session if we are ordered to redraw these lines. That's an explanation of the bill, and I will yield for any questions.
I don't see any questions. We need to adopt the committee sub. Committee sub, all those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Back on the bill.
Move for final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just request that the remaining Judd B bills hold their place on the calendar, and Judd B would yield the floor.
Okay. State Affairs? State Affairs? None. Public Health? Item 34.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 34, House Bill 515. Called up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you have a committee sub?
Yes, sir, in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman moves that the committee substitute be adopted in consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 515 is clarification related to radiologist assistants. A radiologist assistant is one who works under direct supervision of a radiologist to enhance patient care by performing procedures, assessing and managing patients, and making initial observations of images. This bill does not expand scope in any way, nor does it change any qualifications for RAs. The bill simply provides what a radiologist assistant is permitted to do, including notifying healthcare providers, treating the patient that order the imaging procedures that have been completed. 2, communicating their initial observations to the radiologist. And 3, communicating the radiologist's final or preliminary interpretation to other healthcare providers. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey, you have a question?
Introduction out of order.
Okay, hold that thought. Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
So you say that this bill does not expand the scope of practice?
No, sir, not at all.
And that the radiologist assistants can already do these things?
There's some clarification of some gray area. This clears that up. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
If the chairman would yield.
Yes, sir.
Would you, this may require you restating this, what can the radiologist assistants not do without this bill?
What can they not do without the bill?
Yes, sir.
They're doing a lot of these things already. I don't know what they cannot do without this bill. They're not to, make an interpretation and give it to the patient, and they're not doing that. This just clears up our statute, really what they're already doing.
Okay. All right.
It's not adding anything to it. There's just some gray area.
So you're saying this bill may not be really necessary. That's what I'm trying to determine is if it's not going to increase the, change the scope of their practice, what does it do?
It clears up who they communicate with, but it's
right.
not a patient. It's just with other providers and their radiologists.
And who's advancing this bill? Who is advancing this bill? It's the Medical Association?
The Hospital Association, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know about how many radiologist assistants we have in the state?
I do not, no, sir. I do not.
Okay. Do you have them in basically all of the hospitals?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I see no other questions.
Final pass.
Okay, we have a committee sub. Committee sub's up. We need to vote. All those in favor of the committee sub, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're back on the bill.
Final pass.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 2 nays, bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, on item 35, House Bill 910, the gentleman from Covington is ill today, but I'd like to hold this place on the calendar and skip it and go to the next one.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up item 36, House Bill 999, called up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize the gentleman from Lowndes to explain this bill.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. Parkinson's disease research registry. Why me? In a previous life, post my wrestling career, I was the executive director of the YMCA effective October of '08. 5,500 members, about 100 employees, a board of about 24, maybe 30 at one time, 100 staff, and twice a week I'd walk out to our heated pool and there was a small crowd of people, about 15 to 20, folks with Parkinson's disease. It became my favorite program. A lady named Stephanie Gibson ran it with a huge heart, had a big support group. In 2018, I got a $10,000 grant from a local EPA, Fort County Electric Power Association, repurposed a room in our building for literally rock-steady boxing for people with Parkinson's disease. And I think Kellum, Mr. Oliver, helped me do that. Sure do. Parkinson's disease is the second most diagnosed neurological disease in the country. 90,000 people are diagnosed annually. There are 1 million living with it, expected to double in about 15 years. The cause is unknown, the cure is unknown, maybe genetic, maybe environmental. It's managed with medication and exercise, with a little bit of surgery and maybe some therapy. Anyway, I'd like to start a registry here with the State Department of Health to collect data and share information to hopefully find a cure for the disease. That's my explanation. I'd yield for questions.
Gentlemen, I don't see any question.
Move final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Public utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 37, House Bill 1632, and call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
I'd like to pull up the committee sub in lieu of the bill.
Gentleman moves that the committee sub be adopted in consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is going to be the creation of the Community Public Wastewater System Infrastructure and Sustainability Act. A lot of words. What we're going to do is, for drinking water, we're going to put the Department of Health over this, and for wastewater, we're going to put DEQ. They're going to develop a set of standards that are going to be transparent for all of us and our people. They will develop a grading system to grade the water systems and wastewater systems. They will be required to put this on their website for where we can easily find it. This is basically what we're trying to do, is get some of these rural water systems up and compliant to where we're not having so many issues with them. I can go into greater detail, but we've been here long enough. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
Gentleman from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like
You're
to
recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, I was trying to read your bill quickly because it is long, but once all of this, you create this community wastewater system, and you go through the accountability process, and you go to Chancery Court and all that stuff, and you grade the systems. Is the state then going to give any assistance? And the reason I'm asking this is because you have these villages and hamlets, you know, these little small areas. I'm having a serious problem right now in one of my areas. Once you grade them F, and that the water can't be consumed, then what happens?
There's a provision in here to where they can be taken over in a receivership to where somebody can come in and fix the system up. What we're trying to avoid is that situation, because then they're going to build you a Cadillac system and your rates are going to go dramatically higher. So what we're trying to do is put kind of a carrot on the stick with them and tell them, look, either start raising your rates a little bit, get your systems in order, maintain your systems. If you have to upgrade some stuff, do that so we don't have to do that. That's the last thing we want to do is take them over.
And okay.
Now, to answer your question, no, there's no state assistance in this. That if it comes down to there's a lot of them we have to take over, we can address that at that time. But right now, we're just trying to get them to start being compliant.
And the reason I'm asking you this is because, you know, we quick to take stuff over, and we do a very bad job of
well,
fixing
the state
it.
would not be taking it over. We would have a company, another water system take it over.
Now, and the last thing, since you described that they would go in more than likely and put a Cadillac system in when our people may can only afford a Buick. As we go through this, I don't have an amendment prepared, but I do think it would help this bill to say that going forward, whatever it takes to get the drinking water, even if we have to get it to a B, if that's an acceptable consumptive level. I don't know what the regulations will be, because, you know, they got to be
right,
promulgated.
Part of it's going to be on the water quality. Part of it's going to be on complaints. I mean, we're going to let the Department of Health and DEQ determine what criteria they really want to put in the grading.
And I'm asking you this, and a lot of people, you know, Shubuta is 500 people. And, you know, we can only ask so much of people. And a lot of our 500 people in Shubuta are older people. So that's why I wanted to ask you about what would be Plan B.
Well, I would hope Plan B would be that a neighboring system would take them over that can actually handle it if they're doing that bad. But right now we're finding where you got a bunch of little fiefdom, little kingdoms that they don't want to give it up. Well, if they're consistently rated bad, they're either going to be taken over or potentially purchased and then run by the neighboring association that does do a good job. That's kind of the ultimate goal of what we're trying to do. Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
How many wastewater systems are we talking about right now?
About 1,500 throughout the state.
Are they predominantly in North Mississippi?
They're all over.
They're all over.
They're all over.
And the gentlelady talked about the rating system. What is that rating system now? Just from our.
Currently, there's rural water does their own rating system, but there's no teeth or anything behind it. They're just trying to do it out there. There's no transparency. I don't know what my rating would be in an area I am. So I mean, we're trying to open all of this up to where you can actually see what's going on with your systems. There are a lot of systems throughout the state that, I mean, they're going without water. It'll just go out. I mean, so we're trying to get over that.
All right. Thank you, Jim.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
I know this bill is dealing with wastewater, but it's well documented about the issues I'm having in my district with my utilities. So my question is, this bill won't allow neighboring water systems who want to expand their territory anyways to be able to more easily come in and take over these small communities, will it?
It doesn't enable them to take over. If the water system that is going to be taken over wants to be taken over, they can do that, yes. But this does not force that issue unless they consistently rate a D or an F.
So will this bill allow those local communities ample amount of time, a reasonable amount of time to fix whatever the problems are?
That's what we're trying to do right there. That's the whole goal of it. These ratings are not, they got till this time next year. It'll take effect in July, but they've got until January and then that's when the Department of Health will start grading. So effectively, you've got almost 2 years to start getting your act together on
So
some.
who would determine that amount of time?
That's in the bill.
That's in the bill now.
Department of Health and DEQ come January next year will have their guidelines set, and then they will start rating the systems as they go. So you got 1 year before we start for them to set up the guidelines, and then they'll start using the guidelines to rate the systems.
But once they rate the system, who determines how much time they have after that to fix
That would
what's
be
wrong?
with the Department of Health and DEQ.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlelady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Just some clarification. Are we giving the Public Service Commission any authority, or do the citizens still have to go to court to?
The Public Service Commission is not in this one. We're going to now ultimately the Public Service Commission will determine the receivership, but that would be after Department of Health and DEQ do their ratings. So that's kind of a last resort, but they would be able to come in and say, all right, we're going to take this over, or let somebody take it over.
We've had an issue with Pearl River Central Water in my district, and it just takes so long, and then to have the citizens before they can, they have to go to court or to get anything done, and they weren't holding meetings and a lot of things. So I just didn't know. I thought maybe some PSC oversight as well, or
we thought about it, but we'd rather not if we don't have to. I've got commitment from the Rural Water Association that they will start handling the situation, I guess is the best way to put it.
So, but it's an option if it's not handled.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
As a last resort, yes.
Thank you, sir.
See no further questions.
Final passage.
Need to adopt the committee sub.
We already did.
All those in favor of the committee sub, say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Back on the bill.
Final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 4 nays, bill passes. Next.
I'd like to go to item 38, House Bill 1049, and call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized. You have a committee sub?
Yes, sir. I'd like to take that up in lieu of the bill.
Gentleman moves that the committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is kind of a companion to the first bill we did. This pulls all code sections for wastewater and drinking water forward just in case we miss something. We want to be able to fix it at a later time. That's all this bill does. There's no other language in it but code sections. So final passage. Unless
You have a question?
Sure.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
You have an introduction out of order?
I do.
Just hang on one second. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggins. Okay. I don't see any questions. Move final passage.
Yes, sir.
Move final passage. All those, open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Okay, we have a couple of introductions. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggins.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, I'd like to introduce a friend of mine, Dr. Mary Graham, and her leadership staff is up there visiting with us today. Gulf Coast Community College.
Help make her welcome. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, we have the Chickasaw County Supervisor on the behalf of Representative Crosby and Representative Thompson. Russell Brooks, give him a hand.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I ask that you help me make welcome two of my distinguished gentlemen up there from my illustrious county, Bolivar County, my supervisor, Mr. Bill Quinn, if he would stand, and county administrator and tax assessor, Mr. Will Hooker.
Okay, gentlemen, you can call up your next bill.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to skip item 39, House Bill 1305, and maintain its place on the calendar, please.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm skipping it. All right, and then item number 40, House Bill 1457, we're going to skip it and kick it to the heel of the calendar.
Kick it to the heel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, I'd like to call up item number 41, House Bill 1458, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. You have a committee sub.
Yes, sir. I'd like to take the committee sub up in lieu of the bill.
Gentleman moves that the committee substitute be adopted in consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we passed this bill a couple of years ago to try and stop the Medicaid people or Medicaid supplement people from making cold calls, and we inadvertently could not let them call anybody. So if they've got a relationship with the provider or a telemarketer person or whatever you want to call them, they can still have their relationship with them. We're just fixing that little error that we did a couple of years ago. So I'll yield for any questions.
Okay. Gentlelady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Introduction.
Hang on just a second. Gentleman from Knoxville, Mr. Meekins.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Gentlelady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, we certainly support what we're changing in this bill, but I want you to go to Section 2 of the bill. This is existing law. And again, we have expressed, and I know you would agree, the absolute, utter tiredness that we all experience from these spam calls.
Agreed.
And the Attorney General has the responsibility of trying to do something about this. And now, under the law, the Attorney General may allow this to occur. Do you think, gentlemen, maybe it's time for us to say that the Attorney General shall not allow these people, these spam calls, to call day and night, and particularly for people that are paying data and cost our constituents money?
I wholeheartedly agree.
Gentlemen, if we had an amendment to say that, that they shall not allow this to occur, would y'all be amenable to that today?
How are we going to enforce that? Let me just ask you that. I mean, I'm no attorney, so I don't want to pretend I am.
Well, gentlemen, I don't know any other way for us to enforce it other than like the gentleman, Mr. Rushing, did the other day. You either do it or we're not going to pay you. We got to do something. I think you would agree. We're being bombarded with these spam calls,
I
sir.
agree. I tell you what we can do, because I work really well with my chairman on the other side. If you can draft that up, let me get with him, and when we transfer it, if there's a way we can do it, I'm more than happy to do it.
We'll get you some language.
Okay,
gentlemen.
perfect.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Move adoption.
Yes, sir. Final adoption.
Okay. We have a committee sub we need to adopt first. All those in favor of the committee sub say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Back on the bill. Move final passage.
Yes, sir.
Moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes. We have a few introductions. Carl, did you have an introduction? Mr. Meekins, did you have an introduction?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have with me today two of my Knoxville County supervisors. We have Chris Mayberry and L.C. Clemens. Make them feel welcome.
Gentlelady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce three of our supervisors from Lincoln County, Mr. Eli Ferguson, John Hart, and Keith Lewis. Please welcome them to the Capitol.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Speaker, I'd like to draw your attention to the North Gallery and recognize my daughter, Blakely Yancey. Glad to have you today.
Gentlemen, you ready for your next bill?
Yes, sir. I'd like to call up item number 42, House Bill 1558, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill and considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for the Tishomingo County Water District. They're just upping the per diem for their members to $84. Many other water systems have done this. They're just tagging on to the same bills. So, yield for comments. Questions?
I see no questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
Moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. You recognize, gentlemen.
I'd like to go to item number 43, House Bill 1563, and call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized. You've got a committee sub, right?
Sir, I'd like to call it the committee sub in lieu of the bill.
Gentlemen, move that the committee sub be adopted in consideration of in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Thank you,
You're
sir.
recognized to explain the committee sub.
I'd like to ask the gentleman from Madison to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Madison is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1563, what we're trying to do, we have municipal-owned water associations. Problem with it right now is currently some of these water associations, they have the members are only represented on the board that live within the city limits. So as the areas have grown, that people live outside of the municipalities, and there's nobody on these boards to represent them. So what we're trying to do, we're going to raise the amount of people on the boards from 5 to 7, and then also in some cases on these boards, you have some people who may or may not have had water experience, so we're actually going to require some continued learning where they have some experience dealing with water. So those are the two things that we're changing in this bill. No questions. I'd like final passage.
You have a couple of questions. Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
This bill will allow the municipality to expand a board of commissioners to members outside of the city limits?
Yes, sir.
This applies to utilities as well?
Yes, sir.
Because current law is that you must be a member of the municipality.
Well, they're going to be a paying member of the organization. So like, say someone who lives outside of the city, I mean, they're paying to the municipality. The issue is right now what they have zero representation. Technically, folks that live out a mile outside of the city are represented by the PSC. The problem is, not saying the PSC does a bad job, but they're not at every board meeting. So some of these people that live outside the cities, they have no clue what's going on in these board meetings. So when it comes to maybe a rate increase or any other issues that comes up with these, they have no say-so on the board. So we're just trying to give them a little say-so. This is all about representation, gentlemen.
So does this apply to new boards that could be established, or you have to be already in existence?
Just the municipality already in existence. So
if a municipality wants to start a new board, this wouldn't apply?
I mean, yeah, it would apply. Yeah, it would apply if you try to start a new board.
If you want to
going
establish
forward,
one in Holly Springs, this would apply?
it would. Yeah, and like in your area, my area, the same as, when you have a municipally owned board, I'm sure you have people outside that live in the city, they're paying money. And they have no say-so right now what goes on.
So how would the member outside of the city limits be added to this Board of Commissioners?
The alderman, the mayor, and the board of aldermen, they appoint them.
But outside is the county, so the supervisors?
It would still be left up to the mayor and alderman to appoint that. That doesn't change, how they appoint the members.
As this moves through the process, I think it'll be good if the members outside of the city limits could be appointed by the Board of Supervisors outside of the city limits, because therefore that gives the county residents someone to hold accountable for their job.
Let's sit, as we move it through, let's sit down and talk about it and see if we can't clean up some language that'll help you guys out too. Sir. Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Russian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm just trying to get this wrapped around my head. So a municipality that has taken over a rural water system, different, that's not what we're talking about?
No, that's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
We're strictly, you have some city-owned, that they operate.
It's the city water system.
That's right, city water system, city.
It's gone outside
gas,
of the
that's
city.
correct. Their area has expanded outside the city limits.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so it doesn't affect a rural system?
No,
that a
sir,
city
not,
has
no,
taken
no,
over?
sir.
Okay.
This is just municipality. That's
Okay,
right.
thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
gentlemen. And Mr. Speaker, I have a recognition at the proper time.
Gentleman behind, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I think that this is a great bill, but I do have a question. Currently, the city of Jackson's water system is under control of federal conservatorship. We're not exactly sure what's going to happen. So my question is, if we went back to the municipal model, we have several proposals for what the water board would look like. Would this conflict, because the proposals I've seen does not call for this, so would there be a conflict with this?
No, sir. Has nothing to do with that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, have you had any dialogue with any of the city officials and county supervisors? I got one here today, and I'm just wanting to make sure that they don't bump heads and they've had some dialogue.
There's not just a ton across the state of just your city-owned municipality water associations or utilities. Like I said, I'm going to speak to the gentleman at Holly Springs, but I have talked to our group in Madison County, so and they're in favor of this.
Okay. And as it works itself through the process, would you allow us to know how that goes?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure.
I see no further questions.
Move final passage.
Okay, we need to adopt the committee sub. All those in favor of the committee sub, say aye. All opposed, no. Committee sub is adopted. Back on the bill. Move final passage.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Russian, you have an introduction.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. On behalf of the gentleman from Lauderdale, Representative Smith, gentleman from Clark, Representative Smith, gentleman from Lauderdale, Representative Calvert, and the gentleman from Lauderdale, the senior gentleman, Representative Horn. I'd like to welcome Beat One County Supervisor from Newton County, Mr. Terry Frazier, up here in the South Gallery. Thank you for being here, Mr. Frazier.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Introduction.
You're recognized.
I apologize, I can't remember the young man's name, but in the North Gallery on the front row, I met him before lunch. want to welcome you to your capital. He was coming to be around the Capitol. Stand up. Let us welcome you to your capital, young man. All right.
Okay, gentlemen, you're recognized for your next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 44, House Bill 1566, and call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized. And you have a committee sub, right?
I'd like to call up the
Okay,
committee
we have
sub.
a committee sub. Gentleman moves that the committee sub be adopted in consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to give the PSC some authority to oversee Hinsol pipelines. What those are interstate pipelines. In other words, they're only in the state of Mississippi, and so we're trying to give the PSC some guidelines, let them oversee the construction and maintenance of these pipelines. That's what it does. There is some concerns with some of the other pipeline companies in the area on some of the technical language in it, so we have a reverse repealer in it. We'll just fix it in conference at that point. We're going to let those two or three agencies work it out together. So be glad to answer any questions if there are any.
Gentlemen, I don't see any question.
Final passes.
Okay, we need to adopt the committee sub. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. On the bill, final passage.
Yes, sir.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 45, House Bill 1664, and call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to create or modernize our franchising systems for our cable companies running on the right-of-ways of your cities. What we're trying to do is effectively keep the cities from double dipping on permit fees. They pay up to a 5% franchise fee on the cables, so if your cable bill's $100, the city gets $5. But some cities are holding up the process on some of this broadband expansion. We're just trying to streamline the process. And before I get any questions, I understand your mayors have kind of been blowing y'all up about this, and I was not contacted until after my committee meeting when we passed this out on that. I got with them, and then we had MML with the mayors sit down with the cable associations in a room. They're hashing it out. They have not got all of their technical amendments taken care of to satisfy both things or both entities, so I'm going to offer a reverse repealer amendment. Like I said, this amendment is just a reverse repealer.
Okay, you're recognized to explain the amendment.
It's just a reverse repealer.
Reverse repealer.
Yes,
Y'all
sir.
heard the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment number 1 is adopted.
All right. Back on the bill, is there any? I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Then final passage.
Move final passage. All those, Madam Clerk, open the machine. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 105 yeas, 10 nays, bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, with unanimous consent, I've got two quick bills. I'd like to go to item number 86, House
Okay.
Bill 713.
Hang on one second,
Sure.
gentlemen. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Gibbs, do you have an introduction out of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize.
Mr. Speaker, turning our attention to the South Gallery, we have one of our star students from the University of Mississippi who is with us. Mr. Davion Bush is here. We'd like him to be recognized.
Okay, gentlemen, you're back on. was the bill you wanted to skip to?
Hold on. Skip to item 86, House Bill 713.
What was that number again?
713.
73?
713. 713.
713. Yeah, bill number. I got you. I got you. Gentleman calls that bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Neshoba to handle this bill and the following bill.
Okay. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 713 is a bill that this House has unanimously passed the last 2 years. All this does is just takes the public utility staff back to a special fund agency from the general fund agency, which they are now. We moved them to a general fund agency in 2016. All of their revenue is derived from fees and taxes that they assess on the utilities, and they need to be moved back to a special fund agency, and that's what the bill does. And that's an explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions on the bill? I see none.
Move final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to the next item, item number 87, House Bill 712. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, not to be redundant, but this bill does the exact same thing as the previous bill, House Bill 713. It just moves the Public Service Commission back to a special fund agency from the general fund agency, the category they are in now. This bill has again passed the House unanimously the last 2 sessions, and I'd like to try it again this year, and that's an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Transportation? Transportation passes. Judd A. Hey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to call up item 50, House Bill number 477, and make the usual motion.
Hang on 1 second. Hunter. I think he went back. Okay, the gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 477 just clarifies that someone that is at least 18 years or older can sell, encumber property. We did this a couple of years ago, allowed them to sign leases and contracts. That had to do when kids were at like college and stuff and signed the leases. And so basically we're just clarifying that language that they actually can convey or encumber property. And we passed this bill last year in the House. It went over to the Senate, but we're going to do it again. That's an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions.
Move final passage.
Moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to skip item 51 and move to item 52, House Bill 1397, and call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bills up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, what we're doing with this piece of legislation is requiring the Tort Claims Board to create a publicly accessible online registry by July 1st, 2026 that lists all the governmental entities, the certificates of coverage with the name and email address. You know, if you're going to issue a notice to the Tort Claims Board for filing a suit, that you have to do that within a year. There's been some problems that have come up of who there actually is over that agency or that needs to be given that notice. And so what we're doing, if you don't provide that notice, then it will toll the statute of limitations until you do provide that notice. And that is an explanation of the bill.
You have a question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Certainly.
Who is that database going to be public knowledge? Who's going to have access to it?
Accessible online.
It's going to be accessible to all the public, or?
Yeah, a publicly accessible list. That way anybody can find out who
Very
it is.
good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Don't see any other questions? Move final passage.
Final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
I don't see the vice chair lady. Oh, you are? Okay. All right, there she is. All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize the vice chair lady to handle the next bill.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 53, House Bill 1404, call it up and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Lady, you are recognized to explain your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is creates the crime of fraudulent utility conversion. We have apartment complexes and other landlords across the state who are apparently charging for utilities as part of the tenant's rent. They are collecting this from the tenant, and then they are failing to remit payment for those utilities. These tenants are then being faced with having their utilities turned off despite the fact that they have paid for their utilities as part of their rent. So what this does is holds the landlords that are doing this accountable under the law, and hopefully will prevent this from occurring in the future. Louisiana passed a very similar law just last year to address this there. And I do have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. You want to explain your amendment?
Yes, this amendment simply adds a definition for person who can be responsible for this. The original bill said landlord. We are changing that to person and making it clear that it is the person that is responsible for collecting the rent and remitting that payment. It does not necessarily always end up being a quote-unquote landlord, so we've changed that definition in the bill. That is an explanation of the amendment.
Gentleman from Harrison, do you have a question or an introduction? Is a question on the amendment or on the bill?
Question on the bill.
Okay. Question occurs on the adoption of amendment number 1. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment. Okay, everybody's not voting. Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy to answer questions.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, will the lady yield?
Yes.
I had a question on the amendment, but it's in the bill now, so I can ask this. So you change it to person. Could that possibly mean that a manager could be subject to imprisonment for 20 years? Because you said person. Landlord seems to hold the actual building owner more responsible than a person who's a manager.
The way that it specifically reads, it could be the director, the trustee, the agent, or the officer of the landlord who has been authorized and is responsible for making a payment to the utility company.
Okay, and if the bill that they hadn't paid is for $25,000 or more, they could be subject to imprisonment for 20 years?
Yeah, so not the bill. If they have collected more $25,000 or more from their tenants and they have embezzled that and then not used that to pay utility payments, then yes.
So what if in their contract the rent, they don't delineate that they're paying utility bills? It's just part of that your utility bills are free, or your utility bills are paid for by the landlord.
Yeah, so the way that it works,
how do you determine the conversion? Go ahead.
the utility company requires that the utility be put in the individual tenant's name. It cannot be put in the apartment complex's name. So if the apartment complex is offering utilities as part of what they are offering their tenant and they are collecting money for that, they are responsible for remitting that portion to the utility company, yes.
Why a prison term up to 20 years? Why is that I mean, that seems pretty harsh.
That is only if they are embezzling more than $25,000 from their tenants.
Well, could this problem be solved by a civil action by the utility company, even to the extent that they could be held in contempt if they don't pay the bill, or a lien could be put on the property, other than people being in prison? Has any of that been tried, you think?
So the utility companies don't have the ability to place a lien on the property because, again, the utility is in the name of the tenant, not in the name of the landlord that's responsible for paying the bill under the lease.
All right. It just seems like this is pretty severe, but I understand. Thank you.
They're embezzling from some of the poorest of the poor.
Gentleman from Mike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady, will you yield?
Sure.
Like the gentleman from Adams, I think the penalty is really excessive, and this is already being taken care of in civil court. So what's the purpose of making it criminal?
So it's really not being taken care of in civil court. What you're seeing is that individual tenants don't have the ability to file a lawsuit saying that their landlord has been embezzling money from them for years or months. And so it's going uncollected. And then when it is being remedied, what you're seeing is that the utilities, so the water of these people who are living paycheck to paycheck, is being cut off because their water bill is not being paid, even though they've been paying it as part of their rent.
So what happens in the instance that the tenant is late? The tenant is late on the bill, is late on paying their rent, and the landlord can't pay the water bill. Is the landlord still going to be punished?
They will not. The bill specifically states that the landlord is only responsible for remitting those portions that have been collected from the tenant as part of utilities.
Okay. Thank you, lady.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady yield?
Yes.
I had posed a question to Representative Mansell, I think, gentleman from Hines, about the fact that these people are paying rent, a lot of them with HUD money, and this money's being embezzled. Has that been found in any way to have a federal nexus where they could be prosecuted?
I don't know the answer to that, but I would certainly assume that there is some companion crime that they could be charged with if they're embezzling HUD funds.
Okay. And then my final question, is this any way retro, these apartment complexes that have seemed to have run up hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of bills and have not paid it? Are they going to be held accountable under this law?
So, yes, they could certainly be held accountable under the law as long as they are receiving funds and failing to remit those funds.
Okay. Thank you, lady.
You're welcome.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield?
Yes.
Lady, I recall several stories last year from many low-income individuals that were living in apartment complexes here in the city of Jackson who lost water for weeks because their landlord had collected the money but did not pay the bill.
Correct.
I imagine this bill is in response to that.
It is.
The question around the penalties, is this in line with what the penalties already are for embezzlement?
I don't know that it is what specifically. Do you know the penalties for embezzlement right now? Are they consistent with this? I don't know the answer to that, but I can find that out for you. I will tell you that the penalties that we've imposed here are very similar to the penalties that Louisiana used in their legislation last year for this exact crime.
So the bottom line is pay the bill.
Correct. They have taken the money from the tenant.
Water.
Yes.
Yes, which people need water to live.
Correct.
Thank you, lady.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from home, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a lady yield.
Yes.
Lady, I hate to split legal hairs here, but we've been using the term embezzlement. Nowhere in the bill is the word embezzlement used.
It is not. I'm using that as a word that people will generally recognize as taking money from someone and it's not theirs.
And actually the term that's being used is conversion.
It is.
Conversion. Now, as the lady know, well-learned attorney, conversion usually deals with a civil matter, a tort, correct?
Yes.
So I guess what my concern is, if you get in a hypothetical situation like Mr. Porter gave, what would the definition, what would the legal definition, the exact acts I would have to do in order to get sentenced to prison for 20 years?
The crime of fraudulent utility conversion is committed when a landlord receives payment for utilities from a tenant but fails to pay such utilities with portions obtained from the tenant to the provider of the utilities, and the provider interrupts the tenant's utility services as a result of that failure to pay.
And that's my problem. It just simply says fail, correct? Not willfully fail. So if I'm responsible for collecting the money and paying the bill, and my office manager actually embezzled, and I don't pay that bill, technically, I would be sentenced to 20 years, correct?
You could be if you failed to pay $25,000 or more in utility bills that you had already collected from the tenants, because they're going to lose their water.
And I understand that. I totally do. But I think that language needs to be tightened up, because my reading of that language is I could be totally innocent, and I have another employee that actually embezzled the money and I failed to do it, or some other God forbidden reason I'm unable to do it. I think it needs to be a willful and wanton act, and not just mere failure or something totally out of my control.
I don't know what would be totally out of your control that you accidentally forget to pay $25,000 worth of tenants' water bills that you've collected from them.
IRS garnishment could come down.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
IRS garnishment. You know, I could have an office account, IRS can come in, freeze all the money, I don't have access to it, lights get cut off, it's $25,000. So I'm dealing with the IRS and 25 years and 20 years in jail.
If you have collected money from tenants up to $25,000 worth at one time and failed to remit that, then yes, it is a tiered structure, though. I assume you've seen that.
I see it's tiered, lady,
Yeah.
but I do think that the person have to intentionally want to embezzle the money, because there are situations where it can be totally out of control. Again, if I have a 300-unit apartment, every month I'm probably collecting roughly $25,000. IRS come in, garnish, freeze my checking account. I fail to pay. I'm going to jail for 20 years.
If you have collected that money and failed to pay, yeah, you could.
So that's kind of debtor's prison.
It's not. It's you have taken money from your tenants to pay for their utilities, and you've failed to pay those utilities for those tenants, and they are now without utilities and without the money needed to pay those utility bills.
And I understand that, but you know, usually with criminal, it usually have intent, and this just don't seem to have the intent in it.
I would
Thank
be
you,
more than happy to sit down with you and see if there's some way we can work that specific thing out.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentlelady yield.
Yes.
I understand. I get the purpose behind the bill. I've seen this happen before in small towns. As a matter of fact, there's a municipality that I was representing, and they owe $300,000. The complex owes about $400,000 in bills, and that means the town is in debt, which it doesn't have any money. But I want to piggyback off of a gentleman from Holmes when it comes to the mens rea because this statute appears to be criminal in nature.
It is criminal.
But it's not putting the mens rea, the specific intent in the crime.
I'm happy to look at that and see if we need to add language that specifies that it has to have some level of intent. I mean, I think that it already has to under our existing criminal code. You can't be convicted of a crime if there is no mens rea, but if we need to specify that in this, then we can certainly do that.
It would need to be in the statute. You see what I'm saying? In the actual your proposed statute.
I'm more than happy to look at that.
One more issue, lady. Also, there's no due process. Okay, is there a due process mechanism in this bill where
they would be indicted?
I understand that, but is there any other form of due process prior to the indictment? Whether you get notice, hey, you got 30 days to cure this defect. Is there anything like that in this bill?
There is nothing specifically in there that gives them a certain amount of time to cure the defect or anything like that. They would be indicted, and if they haven't, handled it by then they would be able to be convicted under this.
All right, thank you, lady.
No, they're not. Right.
Gentlelady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you. Lady, will you yield?
Yes.
I'm supportive of your bill. I'm just trying to get a little clarity. So we had a situation in Pearl River County recently where an accountant had been, accountant's employee had been taking money that the clients were supposed to send in, and instead of sending those funds in, she was keeping them and giving them a false receipt. So they're thinking that they actually paid the money because they paid their accountant, and they're thinking they're caught up and they're not. So now they're owing money twice. They're going to be paying something twice. Mm-hmm. So I guess what I'm asking and trying to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, if I'm the landlord and I have an employee, and that employee is collecting the rent for me and supposed to be paying these bills, I think it's paid. I don't know that it's not paid. I didn't do it. I'm paying them to do it. I don't realize it's not. Am I on the hook for that, or is it my employee?
So we have added the definition of person to try and address that. It specifically states that it would be the person that's responsible.
The individual that actually does it.
That's
so
responsible for collecting and remitting.
So you're not. So the owner of the business is not responsible for that person, or is there a way to notify the owner as well? Or
if the owner of the business has designated someone as being responsible for collecting and remitting, then it would be the person that's responsible for collecting and remitting that would be charged.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I don't see any other questions.
Final passage.
We have to adopt the amendment, right? All right. No, we've already adopted the amendment. That's right. I'm sorry. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 85 yeas, 28 nays, bill passes.
Judge yields the floor.
Okay. County Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 56 on today's calendar, House Bill 1231. I have a committee sub. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you have a committee sub.
Yes. Yes.
Gentleman moves that the committee substitute be adopted in consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. You're recognized for your explanation.
Thank you. House Bill 1231 shortens the time of notice to give a notice for a regular, not a regular, but a special meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Supervisors have regular meetings, special meetings, and emergency meetings. Now notice for a special meeting is 5 days. We're going to reduce that to 3 days, and also require that additional notice be posted on the official county website or on social media. That is an explanation of the bill. Be no question to ask final passage.
I'm sorry. Got sidetracked.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
We need to adopt that committee sub. All those in favor of the committee sub say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're back on the bill. Gentlemen, we've got a question. The gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
So when you're reducing it down to 3 days, is that going to be 3 working days?
Yes.
And not a Friday,
No,
Saturday,
it says
Sunday?
3 days. It doesn't say whether it's a holiday, a Sunday, or a Monday. It says 3 days.
So I think we probably should take a look at if they're working days, and like you said, also with
Well, this is
the
existing
holidays.
law where they give 5 days.
Right.
So we're reducing that to 3.
All right. Should be 3. Need this.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Well, if I can find, yes.
Back here.
Where you at?
Back in the back.
Oh, I see you.
I know I'm new, but
I
I'm
see you
back here.
representing. Go ahead.
Why are we making this reduction other than to reduce the time?
I can't hear real good, but you're asking why are we reducing it?
Yeah.
This streamlines county government in today's modern times. We're just trying to make things more efficient. We have social media now, internet, so just reducing it from 5 to 3. We passed the same bill last year. It
Okay.
died in,
I think I
on
probably had heartburn with it last year, too. Purpose of notifications to make sure that citizens that might be interested know that it's going on, right?
I can't hear you. I can hear these folks down here, but I can't hear you.
Mr. Speaker, it's usually quiet back here, but...
You have good speakers back there. I can't hear up here.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the reason we put a notification requirement is that interested citizens will in fact have an opportunity to know that this special meeting is coming up?
Exactly.
Okay. So by making the notification period less, we're giving them less opportunity to be apprised that the meeting is coming up, right?
Yes.
Okay, you mentioned social media. Thank goodness there's still some people around, particularly some that perhaps might be closer to my age, certainly not me, that don't use social media. So the fact that we put it on social media is not going to help those that don't use social media, will it?
Right. Do you think the reducing it by 2 days is going to be that big of an issue, whether you have social media or not?
Well, if it's 5 days now and you're reducing it to 3, you're reducing the time by 40%.
Shall we make it 7 days then, gentlemen?
I don't know why we're changing it
I'd
from
entertain an amendment.
5. But I don't see a reason with it. If you want to streamline something, just say the supervisor can do whatever they want to and don't have to notify anybody except every 4 years when they're going to try to get reelected. I just don't understand why we're lessening notification to our citizens.
It just streamlines business, makes our counties more efficient so they can operate smoother.
Okay, and look at it from the other side of that coin. It makes it easier to have a special meeting where less people will show up to question why it's being done, right?
Are you aware, gentlemen, that under an emergency meeting, you can give 3 hours notice and meet?
Okay, but the difference is when you use the word emergency.
Pretty broad definition of emergency, too.
And the special meeting is not by definition an emergency, is it?
Say again?
I said you use emergency, and there may be emergency situations where it requires immediate something done. But a special meeting does not come under the emergency meeting definition, right?
Right.
Okay.
No, it does not.
So this doesn't have anything to do with emergency meetings?
No.
Okay.
It has to do with reducing from 5 days to 3 days.
Exactly. For basically the only reason is to make it happen quicker, right?
Say again?
If people like you and me too, that have certain problems like hard of hearing, this cutting the meeting requirement notification down might particularly hurt us. We may not hear about it in time.
May not.
We just have a disagreement here. I just wanted to know what the reasoning was other than to make it happen fast.
We just think it'd make county government more efficient. We can move things a little faster. Still give public notice. It has an additional requirement that they posted on social media, which is not there now.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey. Okay, speak on the bill.
I'm always in need of Brother Bailey's help.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan. You have
still got another
motion. A motion.
Lay it on the table, subject to call.
We have a motion.
I'll speak again.
You going? Okay. You going to speak on the motion, or you going to speak on the bill? Okay. You're recognized, Mr. Bailey. 5 minutes.
Chairman Byrd, I'm sorry, but I've been a board attorney, I guess, 30-some years. That 5-day notice started when they used to have the ride jackasses and mules and horses all over the county to give notice. And that's what the 5 days were for. And it had nothing to do with anything except notifying the supervisors who lived way in the boondocks over here and way in the boondocks over there to give them notice that they had to come in 5 days for a special call meeting. That's all that was for. Now, it's the 3 days are sufficient. It is not keeping the public out. It's not keeping the public from coming to the meeting. All the meetings are public, but it's a good and kind of streamlining because it's kind of important for you to get together more than 5 days sometimes, because the weekend interrupt and that creates another problem. So there's nothing wrong with that. But that provision, if you go do the research, it was there when we had jackasses and all that stuff trying to get out and get the message out. Now we don't have that. So the bill is a good bill, and don't kill it because of that. I'll ask you to poll the motion table.
Gentleman from Lamar.
Answer, so I don't have to get back up. Pass this bill. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. Tubb, do you want to speak on the bill?
Mr. Speaker, I would advise and request that we vote against this motion to table this bill. This is a good bill.
Okay, we have a motion before the floor. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Any opposed? Noes have it. Back on the bill.
Back on the
You're
bill.
recognized.
For no further questions, I move final passage.
Hank, we do have one question.
Okay.
Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. Tubb.
Yes, sir. Mr. Byrd, I'm for your bill. Do you yield?
I yield.
I'm for you, Bill. I don't
Okay.
see any problem with it. I do agree with Mr. Rosebud, though. I think it ought to be 3 business days. And so you don't have them coming in on a Friday and then all of a sudden having a Monday and don't have anybody over the weekend looking at that. I think that's fair to both sides. And if you're open for an amendment to make that in the bill, I'd be more than able to give it.
Hang on. All right, gentlemen, we'll work on it through the process as it goes to the Senate. The 5 days now doesn't specify whether it's a weekend or not. So, you know, this current law is 5 days. So we'll work on it. We'll try to make it 3 business days, 3 working days.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
I have an amendment at the proper time.
Have an amendment? Okay. Okay, I don't see any other questions. You're recognized for your amendment, Mr. Porter.
My amendment is really simple. It's 3 business days.
Okay, you've heard the amendment. Anybody got any questions? All in favor of the amendment, number 1, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That was weak. Okay, the amendment passes, so we're back on the bill. Move final passage?
I'll move final passage
I don't see any other questions. Okay, open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Mr. Watson's trying to vote. There we go. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 5 nays, bill passes. That's it? Do you have anything else?
Mr. Speaker, with unanimous consent, I would like to go to item number 173 on. All right, good enough. Thank y'all. Y'all just gave Brother Bailey a break because I'm going to really need him on.
Okay, we're gonna back up on the calendar to item number 46 to drug policy.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to bring up item number 46, House Bill 417, and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlelady, you're recognized.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Hines to explain the bill.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is definitely not like the last one. We are pretty much scheduling 5 drugs starting on lines 233, line 236, line 239, and 606 to go in line with the federal drug scheduling. That's the explanation of the bill.
Y'all have heard an explanation of the bill. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Please, one simple question. Are any of these drugs that you're talking about, are any of these drugs blueberry-based?
Flonatazine, which is on line 236.
Okay.
Yes.
They are blueberry-based? I know you love blueberries. Thank you.
I hate blueberries. If not any more questions, I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
I'm sorry. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
What are the drugs?
You want me to name all these drugs? Really, you want me to butcher it? Okay. No, starting on line 233, it's, and please forgive this pronunciation, bunatazine on line 236, flonatazine on line 239, methyltonatazine.
Okay. That's okay. I'll get it.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Will you yield?
Yes.
Is kratom included in this?
No, it's not.
Is there a reason why not? Because it's still sold in our quick stops, even though you're 21, it's a huge addictive drug.
I agree with you, lady, but it is not in this bill.
Are y'all open to an amendment?
Yeah, she's, Madam Chair says no.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any more questions?
I don't see any other questions.
Right. Move final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Call up your next bill.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to skip item number 47 and allow it to remain its place on the calendar. And with unanimous consent, I'd like to skip on the calendar to item number 193, House Bill 1701.
What about number 48?
That's going to come from
I'm sorry.
insurance.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I got.
That's okay.
What was the bill number now?
So I want to hold 47 on the calendar and come back to it if we can.
Okay. What was the bill you wanted to skip to?
I want to skip to item number 193, House Bill 1701. And if we can do that, I'd like to call it up and make the usual motions.
193, that's not matching up with the calendar we've got.
Okay, let me look then. I'm sorry.
You said item number 193?
I'm sorry. It's going to be item number 202. I'm sorry.
202?
Item number 202, House Bill 1701.
Okay, with unanimous consent, we'll move to that one. You want to call that bill up, lady?
I'd like to call it up and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Lady, you're recognized.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Green to explain the bill.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chairwoman. This bill, what it does for individuals who are on post-release supervision or probation that are involved in intervention courts or drug courts, this gives the judge discretion as to their sentence if they violate the terms and conditions of their probation. Right now, judges are required if they commit a technical violation, they have a real strict set of guidelines, 90 days at a technical violation center, 120 days or 180 days. This just grants that judge basically discretion to sentence them in another manner, whether that be to prison or to drug treatment. That's an explanation of the bill.
You yield for questions?
Yes.
Ms. Scott, lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
We're trying to read your bill quickly, but we want to ask you this. We have some judges in this state, we won't call their names, that they, at their discretion, you can have two people up there have committed the same offense, a drug offense, but they put this one person in drug court and they send this other individual to the penitentiary. Is it in anything in this bill, since we're giving them some additional discretion in that area? Did the committee give any consideration to saying that apples and apples should be the same and oranges should be the same to participate in drug court?
There's nothing in this bill that's related to that, no, ma'am.
Gentlemen, would you agree it is just inherently not fair that if you and I both have committed some offense that can come under drug court. You're 19 and I'm 20. Neither one of us have a prior charge, but I go to jail and you go to drug court, and we did the same exact thing. How do we correct that, gentlemen?
Lady, I'm not sure how we correct that. I certainly believe people ought to be treated equally and fairly, but in the system that we live in, I'm not sure how to correct that.
So if we had a bill, to do that, would you be supportive of, do you think that we should have entertained the bill that came to this legislature that said that if it's the same set of circumstances, then all of those people ought to be sent to drug court? Or if it's the same set of circumstances, you send everybody to jail. I don't mind. I just voted to give them 20 years for stealing people's water. So I don't have a problem with that. But don't you think if it's two young people, same set of circumstances, that we ought to give them both a second chance?
Well, I'm all for people getting second chances, but I don't know how to fix that in this bill.
Okay. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We had a bill that would have fixed it. We sure hope that if we all live to see next year, that somebody will look at that and say, that's inherently unfair, and let these judges know that we know that they're doing it and it's not right.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Now, if a technical violation is committed, will the judge have the discretion to give more than the 180 days?
Based on this bill, the judge would have discretion to sentence them to any other lawful sentence.
Any other lawful sentence. But if my understanding is correctly, though, it's really is the purpose of the bill to not incarcerate individuals in drug court that are trying to rehabilitate themselves for non-criminal offenses like missing a drug test or something like that?
It's my understanding, and I did speak to a drug court judge who oversees that. They were looking for options where somebody committed a technical violation. Mm-hmm. They see these individuals on a weekly basis to keep up with them, and they find that in many cases they'd like to send them to some type of drug treatment instead of the technical violation center. But as the law is right now, they're forced to do that.
They're limited only to the technical violations.
Yes.
But they also can go longer. So
they could
look at that.
I agree with you. They could give them a more severe sentence.
Right. And so that's what I'm afraid of. And so I would, at some point we need to visit that, I believe. Okay? That's all I was suggesting.
Thank you.
I see no further questions.
Move final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 4 nays, bill passes.
Drug policy yields the floor, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to go back to item number 48 on the calendar. Take up insurance. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 48, House Bill 557. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Rankin and the author of the bill to explain it.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 557 is health insurance bill requires reimbursement to pharmacists for certain services and procedures within our code, within the scope of their practice, by the way. Within our code, we allow reimbursements within the scope of their practice to dentists, to psychologists, to licensed professional counselors, to social workers, to marriage and family therapists, to nurse practitioners, to chiropractors, to OBGYNs, but not to pharmacists. And all this bill would do is add pharmacists to those who could be reimbursed within the scope of their practice for what they do. That's an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions.
Move final passage.
Moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. You've got another.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, without objection, I'd like to go to item number 166, and House Bill 1392.
Line 166. 1392?
Yes, sir.
You want to call that up?
Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, we do have a committee sub.
Gentleman moves that the committee sub be adopted in consideration of lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Panola to explain the bill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would require the Rating Bureau as well as the State Fire Marshal to use the iOS standard for fire trucks. It would also remove the age limit on that, so as long as a truck could pass a pump test and had a maintenance record, they would no longer age out at 25 years. Hopefully this will save our counties and local communities money, as well as make the trucks that are being traded in more valuable in the state because they're not being able to use in the state. This would also create a fire grant fund. We would select a advisory committee, approach chairs, the approach chair on the House, approach chair of the Senate, the Lieutenant Governor, as well as the Speaker would each get 4 appointees, 1 from each congressional district. This committee would make recommendations to DFA who would oversee this fund. We would be repealing the RIF-TAP as well as the Supplemental Fire Fund, and this would give us a little more insight on where that money goes to our community. We all feel that RIF-TAP is a little outdated. The $90,000 does not go very far in buying a fire truck. This would allow grants, people to ask for grants for up to 70% of the purchase on trucks as well as equipment. In the past, we haven't really had equipment, and it also would offer a program to help counties that want to go along with this to create a county-wide fire program. And that is a brief explanation of the bill. If anybody has any questions, I'll yield.
Y'all have heard the explanation. We need to adopt the committee sub. All those in favor of the sub? Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Back on the bill. We do have a question. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Now what the wind pool aspect of this bill again?
We're not touching it.
You're not touching, but we got in the...
With the diversion that goes to those 2 funds will go to this new fund, but we're not changing anything about that right now.
Now you're not going to put something in and change something later because this is a sensitive issue with a lot of people, the wind pool.
We're not, at this time, we are not touching anything with the wind pool.
All right, thank you.
I don't see any other questions.
Move for final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. You have one more bill, gentlemen?
I've got 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if there's no objections, I have 2. I'd like to go to item number 168, House Bill 1714. You call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up. Moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized. And you have a
Thank you.
committee.
We have a committee sub, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman moves that the committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Warren to explain the bill.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our annual attempt to do a mitigation program in the state. So we always run down to two problems with the mitigation program: who's going to run it, and how we're going to fund it. So we're going to fund it through a $25 fee on property and casualty appointments in the state of Mississippi. We're also going to create a board to run the statewide program. We're going to have 2 appointments from the commissioner. There'll be 3 appointments from the Supreme Court districts as they are today. 3 will be for the speaker, 3 for the lieutenant governor, 3 for the governor. And that's going to be who's over the program. We're also going to go in and give the explicit authority to the wind pool so that they can fund a mitigation program for their policyholders. So we're going to give them the ability to do it, plus we're going to give them the ability to hire a third party. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, you yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just curious about the oversight on this, because I know in the windstorm, we don't have in the legislature have the oversight for the windstorm. And we currently have a mitigation program, and I think we have $4 million or so in that. So by creating a new board, I think we're getting into a fight with the insurance commissioner and some other people, and I don't want to see that. I don't want to see this costing taxpayers money, creating more government when we already have a program in place. And to my knowledge, Louisiana and Alabama both have a similar program that their Department of Insurance runs. So I'm just trying to figure out where's going to be the accountability and oversight, and what's the real, why do we need to create a new board when we have everything in place?
I mean, that is a fair question, lady, but I think the answer for me personally through this process has been to get it as far away from politics as we can. We established the wind pool many years ago. I basically took that formula and made it a statewide appointment process, not just to the lower 6 counties, because that program will be statewide versus the wind pool program. So that is the reason why. But we also did not do, the board is only per diem based. There is no salaries for that. And it's just to get it out as far away out of politics as we can. Giving away up to almost $25 million by an elected official every year, that's just tough.
I understand, but you're also giving away accountability and oversight, because we don't have that with the wind pool. So we're giving up that. And also, I know the other states that implemented it, they've taken longer than what we took to implement ours, so ours has been in place. So
I'd push back on that just for a tad. I mean, we had a wind pool program right after Katrina, and then somebody took the funds and did bad things with it. Then it put a bad taste in people's mouth, and now we're just now coming back to the game to where we're trying to do it. So we had one before. We just need to have a board over it that has the professional responsibility to manage the program. And again, the wind pool board got established the same way. And by keeping it as far away from politics, you can't get it out of politics, because elected officials will make the appointments to the board. But we at least are trying to do that. And the wind pool was successful.
I understand that, but I also don't understand too, y'all made the argument yesterday on the PBMs that it belonged with the insurance. All the other states have their program like this in insurance. It's set up ready to go for hurricane season to mitigate, but yet we're sitting here delaying, and I don't have a dog in the hunt, but I'm just trying to understand when we have something already in place.
So I guess the difference is regulation is where I believe that the insurance commissioner does. He should be calling balls and strikes for regulation in the state of Mississippi, not giving away money to private citizens and then running for election every 4 years, right? So if we had the purpose of getting to about $10 to $15 million to get the program up and going, and then Louisiana and Alabama is like $25 and $30 million, Imagine giving an elected official $30 million a year to give away to private citizens, and that's 4 years later, that's $120 million. How in the world are you going to be?
But there's a grant process, just like any other agency that has a grant process. He's not picking and choosing and throwing out money and buying votes with it.
I mean, he's giving it out.
But it still goes through an application process that they have to qualify.
That he gets to
I
run and he
understand.
gets control of it.
I just disagree, but thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Well, Gentleman Yield,
Yes, sir.
how are we gonna pay for this?
So it's a $25 appointment fee for just the property and casualty agent companies.
All
So
right,
when
who-
I get it, go ahead.
Who pays that $25?
The companies do.
Now, do they pass that on to the policy holders?
I mean, they
Do they have the ability to pass that cost on to the policy
When
holders?
they file for rates again, if they put it in there, then the answer to that is yes.
So, yeah, you all are putting an indirect cost right here on the policy holders again.
Yes, sir. So the Senate version that has come out for the last 2 years has it on PNC companies and life and health companies as well. I'm trying to just limit it to the companies that actually have a dog in the race.
Now, aren't you aware that a lot of people are paying high costs for insurance now? All of the insurance is going up. And I think a lot of our insurance went up because of the disasters it had in California and different places. And now we're adding another layer of cost on our policyholders that the insurance companies can pass on to our policyholders. That is not right.
So a mitigation program at its core value should create an area where it has a decreasing effect on rates. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. It takes time. But if you do a fortified roof, it helps lower down the cost, right? So a good example of if a tornado comes through a town, right, and the tornado's, call it 100 yards, 50 yards wide or 25 yards wide, right? Well, the cone of it is actually further out from that. So if you have a fortified roof that meets certain standards, you pull in the damage of it, so therefore that when an event happens, there's not the claims that there were in the past. And then that will actually hopefully allow other companies to come in and want to write in those neighborhoods. So there's a reason why we're doing it, because it does work and the evidence shows that. It just needs to be run properly. That's why I'm trying to get it outside of politics so it can be run properly.
I understand it, but since I've been here, there has been very little consumer protection in the insurance industry that protects the people of Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
I've been here 31 years, and I have not seen the insurance commissioner's office or this body here decide that we're going to investigate the insurance practice that goes on in this state, and we're going to put in place some protection for the policyholders out there, because every time something comes along, they're adding to the cost of our insurance indirectly, and we sometimes do not know about it. We don't get no notice about it, and here we go. They say, well, all of the insurance went up this year, is what your agent is telling you, because we don't regulate them. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
I know we had some discussions earlier, but can you tell me or estimate hiring a third party, where's that money coming from, and how much do you think it might be?
So for the wind pool, that money would come out of their funds, right? And then the funds for the statewide program will come from the $25 fee that companies do when they appoint agents.
So if the grant program, let's say, is $10,000 or $15,000.
It's up to 15, but yes, sir.
Okay, so you're telling me that is that money gonna come out of that big pool? That means less homes will be able to get this program?
When you say less homes, I don't understand.
Well, again, if you've got a third party, you got to pay them something. So if we have X amount of dollars in this pool of money, and we got to pay a third party, I'm going to use an example, $500 to $1,000 a house. That means there will be a lot less houses be able to have this mitigation program, because we're paying a third party for this.
Yes, sir. So all the other mitigation programs do hire a third party to run the program. I mean, there's 3 of them that do it pretty much for the entire country. They got them divided almost equally. So.
Well, gentlemen, I think I checked with Alabama and I was told they don't hire a third party.
They hire a third party, but they have people in-house to help run, sending out the checks and everything else. But they have to create the program, and they use a third party for that process.
Well, third party, are you talking about the website or third party to go out and oversight each job?
Well, I mean, it just depends on what they did, right? So I did not go to Alabama and look at and see exactly which package they went with the third party, but they all use Smart Home America. There's one with Habitat for Humanity as well. I mean, that's what these people do.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would gentlemen yield?
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to understand mitigation program, and I think the day that we voted on this, I was in public health presenting another bill because I have 2 big committees that meet at the same time, so I apologize for that. One of the things that you said earlier, I sort of wanted clarification on, in that if a person lives on the coast or lives somewhere else and wants to participate in the mitigation program, it's my understanding if there's a way they could harden their homes in some way that would make them more hurricane proof or do something, then that would enable them to be part of this mitigation program. Am I understanding that right? Or
yes, sir. So for the northern part of the state, it's going to be more about hardening the roof. There is a more detailed process on the coast because they have, they had the flood issue when a hurricane comes in to be able to help with as well. But in the northern part of the state, you're looking at limiting the cone of destruction when a tornado comes through, and you're looking for hail damage. Hail isn't as big on the coast as it is in the northern part of the state. So they're just 2 different animals.
And you made a point that no person should be in charge of giving that much money out, but in fact, what they're giving out at the most would be a $15,000 grant to a home. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, but it's how much you give out in the entire year is the question.
Well, in the other states, I think even the ones that contract with the third party in other states, it's handled through their insurance department. And I would argue that, even if there are things that you don't like that are happening in Mississippi now, they won't always be that way. But some of the things that we do here today may hinder someone in the future from managing a program in the way that you think they should. And so I just wonder, is this a reaction to personal feelings, or is this something that you think is in the long-term best interest of our state?
Well, I mean, gentlemen, everything we do up here is in the long-term best interest of the state. So the question we have is, what is the best policy for the state of Mississippi? Should we allow an elected official to possibly give away out $120 million a year every 4 years? Or should we try to do right now, put it in some kind of a program that has as much far away from politics as we can get? Now, we're all big boys and girls in this room. We understand that politics always has some version of a fashion that plays. We do have elected officials that are putting forward these nominations, and that is politics, but those people are elected as well, but they get to spread it out. They don't have a majority on the board. One person does not get to dictate that.
Well, I would argue that in this legislature of the 174 of us, all of us play a part in casting a vote on a multi-billion dollar budget every year, and some members in this room are responsible for many millions of dollars and have discretion as to where those millions of dollars go. So it's not unprecedented for a person to be in charge of a lot of money. You just need the right safeguards in place to make sure that people are qualified to receive those funds.
I agree with you, gentlemen. It's called a board.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Mr. Speaker, will the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first commend you on the work and the effort you put into this bill. This bill is extremely important for the citizens of Mississippi, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, well, let me state it this way. Right now, Mississippi citizens are paying 2/3 more for home insurance coverage than Alabama citizens, correct?
It's about that, yes, sir.
And then right now, without mitigation, Mississippi citizens are paying 1/3 more than the citizens of Louisiana for the same home insurance coverage, correct?
It's almost no way to say that an effective mitigation program statewide will help everybody in this room.
I think you said it much better than I ever could, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
All right, gentlemen, let's cut to the brass tacks.
Yes, sir.
When we start talking about strengthening properties through this mitigation and the $25, let's go down to this. On the Gulf Coast, we have people right now have lost their insurance, or their insurance went up because they made them put hurricane scraps on roofs. People are on a fixed income, their homes are old, they do not have the credit to borrow the money to get that done, so they're losing insurance on their home. So when something happens, they are not just out of a home because of the damage. They can't get the home replaced. Now they're homeless. So I'm here to suggest to you, as Mr. Bailey was telling you, this thing is not a good thing. And we start talking about what's good for the state of Mississippi. But we got to look at what's good for the people of Mississippi. Because majority of the people in West Gulfport, where I live at, they're going through a problem right now with these hurricane scraps. And they do not have the money, they do not have the resources or the agencies to help them. So what are we going to do to put a grant funding in place to help those people? Because when we start talking about severities and this severe weather, yes, it's going to be about us, and it's going to be upon us, but this board that y'all putting together, the study committee,
It's not a study committee.
So what is it?
It's a board to actually give out up to $15,000 in grants to help people do some of the things that you just said do.
And that's right. And we got boards right now, the same committees that was put together, these boards, are not helping the majority of the people who need help in the state of Mississippi right now. So can we make this a public board?
So it's going to be it's a appointed board right now. It'll be open to everything that every other board in the state is subject to about Freedom of Information Act and all that good stuff. The other thing about for your situation, this is a statewide program, right? So it would include the 6 coastal counties in the statewide program, and the wind pool now will have the explicit authority to be able to help mitigate the homes that are in the wind pool now. So in the wind pool should be the last resort, like it was worse, they couldn't get the coverage in a standard market, so they had to go to the wind pool. This will actually help move that whole risk population to a place where they can actually get standard insurance, and it should make the rates go lower. And that is what's, gentlemen, it is actually happening in Alabama and Louisiana. So some of the data does prove that.
Yeah. And I understand, but we always talk about the neighboring states, but I focus on all states.
Yes.
And our state is not cutting the mustard when it comes to helping the people who have less resources.
There's nothing now. That's what we're trying to stand up.
But can we get some money out of the insurance commissioner now, where we have the highest insurance rates, property insurance, not only property insurance, automobile insurance, and then is that something in this bill?
Yes, sir.
Even with the mitigation, that's going to stop some of the insurance doing what they did to us on the Gulf Coast, which is dropping our insurance?
Yeah, well, gentlemen, remember that mitigation first started years ago on the coast, and somebody acted improperly with the funds, and then we left it for over a decade or so. We're now starting to move back into that world, and we had the benefit of doing that because the neighboring states have shown the data and how good it's working. So we're creating the pathways to handle those things that you're talking about. And
Okay.
this will be recurring revenue to that source. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's going to take a while for it to actually get out there and get enough homes in a generalized area to lower the rates for everybody. But once you start doing it, it will take effect.
Okay, I trust you because we
Yes,
have
sir.
a lot of conversations. But we have people throughout this state, older people, elderly people, people who do not have the financial resources for the hurricane scraps to improve the windows, the doors, the things that blows out constantly when winds exceed the maximum capability of protecting them homes. We need to find something to help these people.
This is up to $15,000 per individual, so this should help.
Okay, you know how much the average roof costs right now?
Well, it depends on where you're at in different locations. In Vicksburg, it's probably around $8,000.
Okay, on the Gulf Coast, to get an average roof on a house on the Gulf Coast is going to cost you upwards, depending on which contractor do it, and especially we're talking about a licensed contractor. They're charging these people above their, not just premiums. These roofs is cost anywhere from $15,000 to $25,000 to $30,000 for basic roofs. So now they want to do hurricane scraps that they can't afford.
Yes, sir. So, I mean, just say if the hurricane straps cost you $20,000, this gives you $15,000 to do that roof, and then the homeowner now only has to come up with $5,000. And once they do the roof to this standard, gentlemen, they get a discount moving forward, right? So before the ability for enough houses in an area to come in and lower the rate for everybody, you get an individual box you get to check on your insurance, and that dramatically lowers the rate. That's what the gentleman from Jackson was talking about.
Okay, and I'm going to leave you with this.
Yes, sir.
You said even with the mitigation, they still had to come up with $5,000. The average person in the state of Mississippi do not even have $500 in emergency funds in the state of Mississippi. This is a step in the right direction, but we have people that need help.
Yes, sir.
If you can find some way to help these people and also make it so the insurance company can stop billing out on people when the casualties and the catastrophic exceeds what they're willing to pay out. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Will this program reduce insurance rates?
Yes, sir. It just will not do it overnight.
But it will reduce them?
It will reduce it.
Will it create competition to more carriers in the regions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Will it create resilience and strengthen homes?
Yes, sir.
And Alabama has done over 50,000 roofs?
I can't hold me to that number, but yes, sir.
That's the number I had.
Okay.
Louisiana over 10,000?
I know they're over 10.
And how many have we done?
Oh.
Not very many.
12?
12, yeah.
Something like that.
I appreciate your work on this bill. It's much needed.
Thank you, sir.
Because he didn't have to do anything. He didn't do anything. That's why they took the money away.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, could it be possible for us to table this, because this is such a sensitive discussion, one that affects us pretty deeply, and one we need to give a lot of thought, peace of mind about. So I think this would be a good time for us to take a break.
Okay. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney. You going to speak on the bill? Okay. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
Now, I've been listening to a lot of my colleagues talk about where we are with respect to the cost of insurance and things of that nature, and I totally get it. I totally understand. But gentlemen, if I was to tell you that Mississippi is not in the top 5 with respect to highest insurance rates, would you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that when the gentleman from Jackson mentioned Louisiana, that they are currently having issues with respect to their insurance carriers and the cost of their insurance?
They are, but to that point, gentlemen, this program in Louisiana is helping with that situation, but yes, sir.
Okay. So my last question, and of course, I'm not sure who mishandled funds during Katrina years ago with respect to, as you mentioned earlier, but in my estimation and your guesstimation, would you agree with me that the majority of these rate increases come from the carriers?
Oh, yes,
versus, all right, and my last question before I make a motion, do you recall during the time of the state of Mississippi mandated car insurance for all individuals within the state?
That was before my time.
Right,
yes.
my time too, but at one point in time, Mississippi mandated car insurance for all of the residents who own a vehicle. And if you don't have car insurance and you can't show proof at a stop, you're automatically granted a $1,000 ticket.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Have auto insurance rates gone down since that
No, sir, but
legislation passed? Right.
No, sir, but I mean, the automobiles themselves are more expensive than they were back then as well. So, and then the cost of litigation has gone up. I mean, there's more than one factor to that, but the answer is yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Speaker, I got a motion.
You have a motion?
Yeah.
State your motion.
Lay it on the table.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Those opposed have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we've debated this bill much longer than it should have been debated. And a lot of that was because of politics. And I'm kind of disappointed that it would happen. And a lot of the things that we heard was about rates on insurance. I don't differ with anybody. Our rates are too high as far as our per capita in the state of Mississippi. And that's what this bill is all about. In Alabama, they passed a mitigation program. They activated that program. Their insurance rates decreased by 15%. Now, how would your constituents feel if they had an opportunity to get an insurance rate cut of 15%? Now, you deny them of that opportunity today by tabling this bill, when there's been so much work put into it, so much study put into it. It hasn't been something haphazardly, because we have worked on this issue for 4 or 5 years. I have personally. We've sent bills to the Senate, and they were killed, and we could not get them passed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to arm up and do what's right today. Let's pass this bill and get it down to the Senate. We'll get it to conference, and I'm not telling you today or any way whatsoever insinuating that this is a perfect bill. And as I said before, anytime you move the needle on anything under this Capitol dome, there's somebody going to be unhappy. Because if there weren't two sides to everything, there would be no need for us. That's what we're here for. We're here to make the hard decision of making someone mad or hurt, or let them be affected some way that they don't appreciate, while trying to make the vast majority of the people better. Are we here today to man up and lady up and do what's right for our constituents and pass a bill that will benefit everybody in the state of Mississippi with lower insurance rates, with no burden on anyone's back? Ladies and gentlemen, don't table this bill. Let's work this bill through the process. Yes, let's get politics out of it. Let's quit playing politics in here. Thank you.
Oh, I thought, were you going to speak on it? Okay. Okay, you heard the motion. The motion is before the floor to lay the bill on the table. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Noes have it. Noes have it. Back on the bill.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Whoa, I'm sorry. Mr. Haney had requested to speak on the bill.
My dear friends behind me, is nothing toward them at all. And it's nothing, I'm all for mitigation. Only thing is, there's only so much money, and the other states have been doing it. Look, after Katrina, we did have issues with the insurance department. There was issues that down there had a lot of issues. But I think now that the other states are doing it the right way, and even if they have a third party or they have to do websites, you know, to invest in those to make this all done. But I think the Senate's going to come with a bill, might be a little bit better, but it's just one of those things that I've just, I messed that one up, didn't I? But anyway, oh, Lord. Let me regroup there. Again, my folks, I know they're trying to work on it, statewide mitigation, we need it, but I'm not sure the process that we're going there is where we need to go. I agree with mitigation, we need it on the coast and all around the state, but just the way setting up the boards, when we have the insurance folks already set it up, there's they started, I think 2 years ago, we approved this money. Last year they started, I think they did 28 homes, and then during the appropriation process, the money got shut down. So we missed a lot of homes this summer, could be already mitigated. We're waiting another year. So anyway, I want the mitigation can continue, but I'm just not happy with the process where we're going right now.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we have one more. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark, what do you have?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of order.
This bill add additional new fees. House Bill 112 state that it requires a 3/5 vote. So my point of order is that it should be a 3/5 vote.
Can you bring it forward in writing?
I will, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Pause for a minute. We're going to suspend business just for a minute.
Did he step? Gentleman from Lee, grab our gentleman from Holmes if you see him around there. He's lodged it as a point of order. It's actually an inquiry of the chair as it comes to the vote threshold. So give us just a minute to look at it. It wouldn't be a point of order that's fatal to the bill. It could change the vote threshold based on the gentleman's challenges to the vote threshold. We're going to look at it. Give us just a minute.
Hey. Lady, you're recognized for an introduction out of order.
Yes, sir. Thank you. In the South Gallery, if you will direct your attention to the group on the first row, they are from France. They're foreign exchange students with St. Andrews is hosting them for the next 3 weeks. So welcome, young people, to America and to Mississippi.
Y'all are welcome. Thank you all for being here today.
All right, after checking with legal counsel, the bill should be posted as a 3/5 vote. There is a $25 fee that's created by statute that goes into the bill that is, and though it's going to a nonprofit, it ultimately is being then expended. So while not fatal to the bill, it does change the vote threshold from a majority to a 3/5. Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Warren, you're recognized. Try it one more time.
Move final passage.
All right, he moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 80 yeas, 39 nays, the bill passes. Fire truck money will be easy to split up, won't it? Gentleman from Prentice, you're recognized for further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 170, House Bill 1657, and call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, we have a committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
All right. Gentleman moves for the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain that committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Lafayette to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lafayette is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill that we passed last year trying to fix the treat and triage ambulance bill from 2 years ago. We passed it last year, sent it down the hallway, didn't have participants down there to try to help get this fixed, so we're going to try to pass it again. This allows the ambulance companies to be paid for treat and triage in place, telemedicine, and the rate that they will be paid is either the network rate or the lesser of the network rate or 200% of Medicare. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes.
Insurance yields.
Thank you, gentlemen. I believe that concludes our work on the calendar for today. Announcements by the clerk's office. Mr. Clerk has an announcement.
We'll have page pictures immediately after adjournment.
Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Sunflower, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're glad to have one of my distinguished constituents back, and she was also one of our head pages last year. In our South Gallery, we have Miss Arlesia Gilson back with us. Thank you.
Welcome, young lady. Good to have you back. You're welcome here anytime. Good to see you. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request change of vote. I would like to ask unanimous consent. I voted my seatmate yea on House Bill 1664, item number 45. I would like to have that vote with unanimous consent changed from yea to nay.
For your desk mate?
For my desk mate, yes.
We got it. Is there objection? Hearing none, we will change his vote. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to have 2 votes changed on the general calendar. Item number 37, from yea to nay, Mr. Speaker. We just got a little bit confused. And then on item 53, I inadvertently voted my desk mate nay on House Bill 1404, and he should have been voted yay.
Okay.
And if I'd like to ask the House for unanimous consent.
Y'all got those? I hear no objection. Change the lady and the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Varner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, my uncle passed away with cancer, and today I just want to adjourn in memory of Joe Varner, my Uncle Joe Varner from Brandon, Mississippi. And so I just want to say he's a great man. He's my dad's last living sibling, so we just want to adjourn in memory of him today. So thank you so much.
Sorry for your loss, gentlemen. We will certainly do that. Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Request, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
On today's calendar, item number 43, House Bill 1563. I'd like to hold on the motion to reconsider.
Please notify the chairman.
Will do.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Union, Mr. Creekmore.
Thank you. I'd like to hold on the motion to reconsider from yesterday's calendar, House Bill 1622.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
you. Is that one of yours?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 53, House Bill 1404. I'd like to hold that bill on the motion.
Yes, sir. Please notify the chairman.
Hold it on the motion.
Gentleman from Kemper, Mr. Jackson.
To the vote, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
On yesterday's general calendar, item 44, House Bill 165, and the amendment, I would like to change my vote from not voting to yes.
Record the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request.
Yes, sir.
I request to hold House Bill number 1749, which is item 49 on today's House calendar, on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please notify the chairman. Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's calendar, item number 43, 1563, I ask that my vote be recorded as voting yes, please.
Record the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a vote change for my desk mate from Lowndes County, from present to yea on House Bill 1495.
Thank you, gentlemen. Record the gentleman's vote. And gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to request unanimous consent to change my vote from no to yea on item 167, House Bill 1448.
I hear no objection. Change the gentleman's vote. All right, I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. I will recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. in the morning.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.